episode of Surviving the Survivor. We bring you the best guests in all of true crime. Don't forget to subscribe and smash that like button. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning broadcaster, Joel Waldman.
What's up, STS Nation? Welcome to Surviving the Survivor. It is the show that brings you the very best guests in all of true crime on trending criminal cases. And Lori Vallow Daybell sadly fits that bill. Her name has been making headlines for far too long, and you can expect her name to be seen everywhere today as she is preparing opening statements ready to begin in just about a half hour time. And Lori Vallow Daybell is defending herself pro se style in this trial. We are going to, she recently, very recently spoke to a local station in the Phoenix area. We're going to look at some of what she had to say to that local reporter. But first, we're going to bring in our best guests and another amazing panel. There's a reason we say we've got the best guests in true crime, because it's true, for sure. Welcoming to the panel, Lori Hellis. You see behind her, she is a retired defense attorney, but she's also the author of Children of Darkness and Light, about the Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell story. Next up, a staple at STS, once a member of STS Nation, now a best guest, Professor Joe Patudo, Professor Emerita at the University of Nebraska Law School. She's taught all over. And yes, Mish K letting us know the good Lori is here, not to be confused with the bad Lori. And it has been a minute. I did see Lori in the good Lori in Tucson, Arizona. And it was awesome to see her. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Melissa Hamilton from the UK. She teaches at University of Surrey in the UK, a former corrections officer, a former police officer, and a law professor. I can't get much better perspective on criminal cases than having that background. So welcome to all of you. Lori Hellis, I got to start with you. You wrote literally the book on this, Children of Darkness and Light. It is kind of surreal that we're here. No matter which way this goes, Lori Vallow Daybell is convicted in Idaho, serving life without parole for the murder of J.J. Vallow, Ty Lee, and Tammy Daybell. But people still want justice served here with Charles Vallow. How surreal is it for you that we're at this point, and how bizarre is it that she is going to be defending herself?
Well, I'm not all that surprised that she's decided to defend herself. That's Lori's MO. She likes to be the center of attention. She likes to be in charge and in control of things. There was always a lot of speculation about who was the puppet master in the relationship between she and Chad. While it's very clear that their pathologies sort of meshed in a perfect storm, I don't think there's any question that Lori was in charge. She was the manipulator. I think she often made Chad think it was his idea, but I think she was always in charge. And so it's not really a surprise to me that she's decided to represent herself. I know that you've got clips you're going to play from the couple of interviews she did. In the most recent interview that she did with True Crime Arizona, she said, I had things I wanted to say. I told my defense lawyers in Idaho specifically what I wanted to say, and they wouldn't do it. Well, of course they wouldn't do it, because they weren't going to suborn perjury, and they weren't going to try and go after defenses that weren't really possible, didn't make any logical sense. But that's where she wants to go. She started out this little campaign in her allocution in her sentencing by saying no one was murdered. There were accidental deaths and suicides and reactions to medication, but no one was murdered. She then amplified that when she went on her own adult son, Colby's podcast, and explained to him that her news story, which is that Tylee killed JJ and then committed suicide, and that Tammy Daybell's death was because of some sort of naturopathic medication she was taking. So she wants to continue to amplify that story. And I'm sure that her lawyers in Arizona said that's absurd. It doesn't fit the timeline. It doesn't fit the evidence in the case. And we're not going to bring forth a theory that it doesn't have any basis. And so she fired him, and she's going to represent herself because she's got this narrative that she wants to put out.
Yeah. Just so everyone knows, she was convicted in Boise, Idaho. This case is in Maricopa County, which is where Phoenix is. They were living in Chandler. You see there, Charles Vallow, which is who this is really about, but Lori will clearly make it about herself. There's a choice between two S shows, this or Karen Reed, and I've chosen to go with what I think is the lesser of two evils, mainly because this woman's already convicted. She's in there, and it's, believe it or not, less toxic. There's pretty much unanimous agreement that Lori Vallow is nuts, but she's going to try Joe Pacciuto. Just so everyone knows, too, it is 1:37 on the East Coast. At the top of the hour, the trial has opening statements, I believe, have started. The stream is on a half-hour delay. So in 23 minutes, we will get the stream from the beginning, as is everyone else. And we're going to go to that, not live, but live on tape, as they say in news. And before then, we'll play a couple clips. But Joe Pacciuto, before we play that clip, what kind of danger is there when you're the defendant and you're delivering the opening statements? This is going to be a bit of a potential train wreck here.
Well, I think it's going to be a train wreck no matter what happens. This may be, from the point of view of viewers, a more entertaining train wreck watching it happen. And I do agree with Lori, although you have a much deeper background about the case than I, that she just wants to be the center of attention. In fact, one of the things I wonder about in this case is, I understand there were other victims and jurisdictions want to honor the injury or death of other victims, but after 3 life sentences without parole, for Arizona to come in and spend the resources they're going to spend on this one, and then theoretically they're going to do another prosecution after this one, seems to me to be, I don't know that I'd say ill-advised, but maybe an odd decision. I will say, Joel, before we get to the live stream, that there are going to be a couple of things that I think are going to be a little different. One of them is, since Lori is defending herself, but she can't go up to the judge for a sidebar, what they're going to do is have her mic'd, the defense lawyers mic'd, the prosecutors mic'd, and then they're going to have some sort of white noise that blocks out anyone else in the courtroom or on the stream from hearing it. But you're not going to see everybody go up to sidebar in order to have those conversations. So that's going to look, I think, different for everyone.
Yeah, that's interesting. During the Sarah Boone trial, they would have like a white noise machine for sidebar.
Right.
So just, I'm going to get to Dr. Hamilton, but COE worked hard. So Lori Vallow, and this is with True Crime Arizona. You heard Lori Vallow say it. This is a very recent interview with Lori Vallow Daybell, and she's talking about why she's doing this for all the women out there. Here we go.
Pod, with the max women, and there's about 8 women in my pod facing death penalty. And I was facing the death penalty in Idaho. I was the only one in that jail because it's a very small town and a small jail. But here, these women have been waiting for their trials for 5, 6, 7, 8 years to go to trial in a jail. Okay. And then during this experience, I've been in 4 different facilities during this experience, right? Because I've been shuffled all over the country, right? Came from Hawaii to Idaho to Boise, back and forth. So I've experienced 5 different facilities now. This is the 5th facility I've been in, and it is the worst. Eating slop every day, the same thing every single day, not going out in the sunshine, not having proper medical care, not having proper dental. If something goes wrong with your teeth, you know what the dentist will do from jail? They pull your tooth out. fighting for these women and trying to set a precedence here that you can't just leave these women in jail for years.
Yet another defendant who is complaining about jail after she's convicted of murder. Melissa Hamilton, I know you're a lawyer, but you worked in the jail and prison system. What do you make of these comments where she's whining about slop every day? Meanwhile, her 2 children and the ex-wife of his, or wife of her ex-lover, are all murdered and gone.
Well, it's not very surprising because her personality is quite self-centered. So she only sees the importance of what's happening to her and not, and what's really weird for as a mother is she still, the importance for her and her comfort is much greater than her own children, which is just not the normal. But in terms of her, well, on the one hand, I wanted to say her description of jail conditions seems valid because, yes, I worked in jails, I've seen jails, but then I caught myself midstream saying, but I'm not sure I believe much of anything she says. So it's kind of, I have some cognitive dissonance about the validity of her statement there versus this thinking that she throws out lies all the time. So, but a broken clock is correct twice a day. So maybe, well, yes. I am not surprised more specifically, though, about Maricopa County probably being worse than some of the other local jails that she's been in. And during that interview, she also describes how a jail setting is different than a prison setting. And what she means there is that jail settings, we typically in the US use the word jail for the local facilities where you are pending trial or you have been convicted of a lower level offense and you may be serving your sentence of less than 1 year, versus prison. We tend to use that term to be those who have been convicted of a more serious offense and they're serving a penalty of incarceration for more than a year. And it is true that the cultures of jails, being that more temporary, is very different than the prison, even though, as she does indicate, she and some of her female counterparts are probably been there for many years. At the same time is she's getting medication, she is clothed, she's got shelter, and so it does seem that even she's admitting she's getting the basic necessities.
Yeah, she should be lucky. If you guys remember Sheriff Joe Arpaio, he used to run Maricopa County, and he would make the inmates sleep out in the desert heat and wear pink and do crazy things. He had zero tolerance for these people. So she's probably lucky she's there now and not then. Nina Stanek to Lori, and then we're going to get to the 2 other sound bites. Do you think she was physically there when her children died, Lori? Have you given that thought or only approved it? Love the panel. Who doesn't?
Oh, thank you. I've always thought that Lori didn't like to get her hands dirty. And she really went to great lengths to be other places. She was in Hawaii when Tammy Daybell died, and the first attempt was made on Tammy Daybell. And I think that she went out of her way not to get her hands dirty, but I think she was certainly in on the planning, knew what was happening, and may have even been in the house when JJ was killed. But I think she kind of went out of her way not to be there.
Looking at this comment, is there anything, Joe Patuto, and then we're getting to the second soundbite, any chance that Lori could do anything to cause a mistrial? I'm sure there's probably a million things she could do, but I guess, Joe, you talked about her not being able to, go up to the judge, but what are the safety nets, I guess, in place here to prevent total insanity from breaking out? Oh, you're muted, Joe.
Okay. Well, she's got a belt on with she can be shocked if she's doing something. And I think they're going to have a corrections officer there, maybe not armed by the defense table. But if she's set on doing something to make a mistrial possible or likely, she can shout out things and really upset the trial. What I suspect will happen is if it looks like she's going in that direction, she'll be admonished by the judge, and then they'll take her out of the courtroom and have her watch on a closed circuit or something. Because the one thing they don't want, a pro se defendant is nothing that anybody in the courtroom besides maybe the defendant wants in the first place. But you certainly don't want one who's going to use it in order to mess up the trial and require a second trial to have to come. So I think they'll try their best. They'll try to muffle her if she does start acting up. If they can see it coming, they'll send the jury out as fast as they can. But, it's up to the judge to try to control it. And if she's set on doing it, she may well be successful.
I smell a poll question from Vesper, our friend in Miami, who knows everything about everything when it comes to true crime. Who's going to play her in the made-for-TV movie? I have no idea, but interesting question. Okay, so this next soundbite, the COE's, she's on a producing tear today, is about Lori fighting for her own life. It's interesting. I haven't heard her mention her children yet, who have no life to fight for. But this is Lori talking about her fighting for her own life.
Help. I have a wonderful team that I got to hire, which is great. I have my paralegal. That's wonderful. I have my investigator. I have my advisory council that helps me. I'm just going to do the best that I can. That's all I can do. I don't think that I'm trying to set a tone. That's not my intention, is to set a tone. And I'm not a fighter. Okay. So my whole life I've been a peacemaker. I'm a person that loves everybody.
I got to stop it right there. I mean, this is just Lori Hellis. You're the good Lori. I mean, if this wasn't so unbelievably self-unaware and pathetic, it would be, I don't know what. But I mean, here's a woman who literally is convicted of killing 2 children. And she's sitting here just talking about an advisory. She is so detached from reality that it is actually chilling. How is this? I know you're a lawyer, not a psychologist. How is this even possible? How, most people have a conscience and feel guilt. I feel guilt most days. That maybe I'm not parenting well enough. I'm not doing this well enough, whatever it is. How is this woman so carefree, footloose, and fancy free here? Lori Hellis.
Well, I'm not a psychologist, but I know that she has been diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, and I think it's clear. It's always been about Lori. And so, no, she doesn't think about the gravity of the things that she's done. She thinks about what it is that she needs, and whether that's better conditions or whether that's and I think she has. One thing I've always said about Lori is she's not stupid. She's a high school graduate, and she's been able to take on this job of being her own lawyer, and she's doing a passable job. So, she's not without abilities, but everything is clouded by the fact that in her own mind, it's really always about her and her comfort and what she needs to do and her mission in the world to raise up and lead the 144,000 before the second coming of Jesus. I mean, that's her mindset. She's still very clear that she believes Jesus comes and talks to her in her cell every night. So none of those mental health conditions have gone away.
Yeah. Just a very quick note. So we're not sure how long this is going to be going today. We may or may not. Right now, we're scheduled to do a show also on Donna Adelson later today. We'll keep you posted on that. And special shout out to Nika's 2 Cents, which is another channel. She got transport video of Donna Adelson. And the question is basically the same question you could pose to Lori Vallow, which is, how do these 2 women, Donna Adelson or Lori Vallow, which are choose your, pick your own, how are they so entitled? How do they feel so entitled? That would be the theme of the show. if you appreciate the content right there, please hit the like button. Please subscribe, get an STS membership, and we've got a Patreon page as well. I'm going to finish playing this out, and then we're going to listen to the last bite. 10 minutes from now, we are set to probably hear opening statements from this woman. Stand by. Here's the rest of the soundbite.
Everybody, a person that gets along with everybody. I don't like to fight. So this is a challenge for me to even fight for myself, to fight for these women, to kind of stand up for the first time in my life. Because I'm kind of been, I'm a people pleaser by nature. And it's been really difficult for me, but there's so many wrongs in the system. There's certain things that your attorneys won't say for you, because here's the problem. Your attorneys, they're professionals, right? So they're colleagues with the prosecutors, they're colleagues with the judges. And I get that because I've worked in a professional environment. So I get that. You have to be, they argue their points and then they go out to lunch. Like, I get that, right? I'm not doing that. I'm fighting for my life here, really.
I don't have any words. Dr. Hamilton, she's fighting for her life. Again, it's all about her. What do you make of this? Zero remorse, nothing about her own children. It's kind of mind-boggling. And by the way, there's a lot of similarities with Karen Reed. I've been watching that documentary on Max, all about Karen Reed. I understand that people have different issues with that trial and some of the, corruption that people are the other issues involved, police corruption, but still, it's all Karen Reed. It's a Karen Reed show. It's a Karen Reed trial. Nothing about John O'Keefe. Dr. Hamilton, it seems to be a trend. Donna Adelson, all about Adelson. What is it with these people? I mean, is this a marker for criminality?
Well, I'm happy to say, even though I reported before that she surprised me by saying something that seemed to be true, which is the conditions of prisons, is she's now back to my comfort zone on lying about things about herself. For example, saying that she's a peacekeeper and has never been a fighter is like entirely contrary to much of her biography, which is she fights for everything. And even in this particular trial, with some of the interactions with the judge, she's been extremely combative. So yes, she's back to my normal in terms of that. But you're right. It's very interesting. Some of these trials that are going on in public, some of the similarities that you mentioned of these white women from privileged backgrounds that are, instead of them changing, they're trying to bring their background and their entitlement into the courtroom. And that's partly why I think we're so amazed by it, because it is contrary to how the vast majority of defendants are. And I also want to get back to what Joe was saying in terms of there is some limited right to represent yourself, but it's not an absolute right. So if she does go off the rails, the judge can then, and one of the reasons for the judge to ensure that she does have legal counsel assisting is the judge could then tell the legal counsel in the event that Lori went awry is you are now standing in. So she does not have an absolute right to represent herself. And because the judge is going to be concerned with not allowing a mistrial. So he probably would try that before declaring one in the event that things go south. And I think a lot of people are betting that that's not a slim chance that things are going to go awry. At the same time, as the good Lori had mentioned, is one of the reasons I think she's representing herself here is she wants the control of this. And attorneys, while it is the client has certain rights, is the attorney is not going to facilitate the client doing things that are, for example, a miscarriage of justice or perjury on the stand or doing other things that are just contrary to the law. And so they will tell her no when they need to, and she does not like the no's. So she's going to try to control this. And I'm just curious, I think that in terms of how she's approaching this is I imagine she's a little bit, has conflicting emotions. She's probably excited, but at the same time, she's been losing a lot of things, a lot of emotions and such. So I imagine there's a little bit of consternation in her. How much is weighing on one versus the other, I don't know. But one of the things I do believe is she's in the spotlight now today, and she will enjoy that part of it.
Yeah. We're going to get to this question, but first I've got to get the last soundbite in for my marriage. This is now Lori talking about family tragedy here, something that she should know something or two about. Here we go.
Tragedy. Families have tragedies. Things happen, and there was a domino effect of tragedies in my life, and that's really sad. Absolutely, I love my children. I've always loved my children. There's never been a question.
Even being convicted of killing them.
Wrongly. Of course.
Do you plan to take the stand yourself in your own trial?
Haven't decided yet. Don't need to decide that. Legally, you don't have to decide. So we're going to see how it goes.
Wrongfully convicted, she says. Can't understand that. Lori Hellis, there's some breaking news. So those are the three sound bites. Apparently, Nate Eaton, who is, of course, been in front of this story with the East Idaho News from the get-go. He's saying that one juror has not shown up today and another has a note from a doctor. Is that surprising? Is this common? What do you what texting with Gigi has not started yet. Excellent. What do you make of this? Lori Hellis.
Well, I don't think it's all that surprising. And this is what happens when you rush to get a jury. I was very surprised that they seated a jury within the first day. Had Lori had there been a lawyer questioning jurors, I think there may have been a little bit more in-depth questions made. But I'm not surprised, because when you rush to seat a jury like that, then you run into these snags. I think a more thorough, in-depth questioning of jurors might have ferreted out some of the issues. A no-show juror, that's not great, because that's just somebody who's ghosted the process. And, the court will deal with them for that. But I think it would have been pretty easy to have somebody to be able to ferret out the problem with somebody's employer ahead of time, and not at the last minute have a juror say, oh, oops, I can't show up. So, yeah, I think that's a danger.
Yeah. It's also, Lori Hellis, a predominantly male jury panel. Does that favor Lori, do you think, or not favor? We sort of had a bit of this argument last time on the show, and some said that the men will see right through her. But then there's the old thing with Wendy Adelson, where she kind of gets people, you've heard this with Lori Vallow in the past, kind of gets some men under her spell. What do you think here in terms of the male-dominated jury pool or panel?
Lori has always been able to use her looks and her sort of bubbly charm to manipulate. And men are more susceptible to that. That said, and I think that's her experience. So that's where she goes when she's making these kind of judgments. I don't think that, I honestly don't think that gender is going to matter in the jury. I think a jury is going to look at the facts of the case and is going to render a judgment. I think she's going to be surprised that she's not able to do a little bit more manipulation with the jury, because that's what she's used to.
Yeah. COE, just you and Space Coast, I know you're going to bring this up once you have it. We are about a minute and a half from the stream supposedly starting, although Pretty Lies and Alibis, Gigi McKelvey is there in Phoenix. She's speaking with the COE, and I think they might be running a touch late, which they usually do. But COE, please just put that up once we get it. And we're going to be bringing you this trial gavel to gavel, and some days, on big days when we have opening statements, we're going to have the best guests here, and on other days we'll just have a kind of a chat therapy session here where everyone can just hang out with each other. For those who do not know, Charles Vallow is the fourth husband here of Lori Vallow Daybell, which is kind of interesting in and of itself. They were married from 2006 to 2019. He was the adoptive father to the now deceased J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan. He filed for divorce in 2019, citing Lori's erratic behavior and the threats to kill him. And at one point, Joe Patuto, you even see him on body cam footage saying, look, she's going to kill me. which is pretty eerie since it appears that it did happen. If you had to take a guess, Joe Patuto, how does she defend herself? And shout out here to Josephine Santamoro, who suffered a series of strokes. She's an ER nurse, and hope you are feeling better and improving every day. But Joe Patuto, what's her defense going to be here? Well, I think you're muted, Joe.
Okay.
There you
I
go.
think that of all the killings attributed to her, this is the one where she's got the most viable defense because her brother was there. Her brother actually did the killing, a shooting. I don't think there's any disagreement about that. So I think she's got the opportunity to throw it all on him and say there was this altercation. We were all fighting, and then he grabbed a gun and shot and killed, my husband. So I think I just don't know that she's going to use that. But I do think that's a viable defense for her if she can stick to it and if the jury buys it.
Dr. Hamilton, getting a COE, I'm getting some alerts that it's starting up, so I know you're on that. But Dr. Hamilton, what kind of sort of nightmarish scenario is this for the government that they now have to deal with Lori defending herself? That's got to be a bit of a nightmare if you're a prosecutor, just rolling your head going, oh, geez, I got to sit here every day in court and argue against someone who's not even an attorney. This is going to be a pain in my you-know-what.
It is a nightmare for everyone involved in terms of the prosecutors, the judge, the defense counsel that are assisting her, the bailiffs, the court reporter, everyone. Just because what you're losing is her lack of knowledge of the procedural aspects. And so that will then consistently delay things and confuse things. But just as a point of legal trivia is the right to legal counsel in a criminal case is a relatively new concept. For example, when the United States was created, there was absolutely no thought that any defendant even needed counsel, because the assumption back then was, the defendant is the best person to know their own case, and therefore they can run their own defense. But it was also at a different time where there was not forensic evidence, for example. Things were a lot easier. Whatever evidence there was, for example, your neighbors might be, the witnesses and such. So it was an easier time, but it was not until the 20th century that there was considered any right to counsel to represent somebody. So just a little bit of trivia there. Is surprising today to represent yourself in a murder trial, yes, but not historically unique.
Yeah. Good, Lori. The last show we were also kind of debating, Lori's quote unquote religious beliefs. And there you see the courtroom in Maricopa County, and you see Lori Vallow Daybell on the left side there. She's got Lori Hellis. Before we get the audio, which appears like it's not up, she just went to reach for a bottle of water. Can you explain, Lori, who these? So she's got like
about whether it's
here we go.
really him versus his employer, and offer to.
They're talking about the juror here, I
if
believe.
He needs one to his employer about the requirements of jury service, and just sort of feel out that situation a little further, but we'll keep them on for right now. Please silence all phones. As I said, we are still missing one juror. As soon as those jurors all get here, we will proceed into the opening statements.
Judge, I did email the court staff about an individual, Brandon Boudreau, who would like to be present. He's in the courtroom currently. He has been noticed by the defendant back on March 6th as a potential witness. He has not been subpoenaed to date. He is here and would like to be present in the courtroom for the trial. I think that the court has previously allowed another witness that the defendant had also listed, reporter Nate Eaton, to be in this courtroom. The court had indicated that if these individuals were not subpoenaed, that the court would look at precluding them. It has been over a month since she has noticed him. He has not been subpoenaed. He is a victim in another case against this defendant. I'm asking that he be permitted to remain in the courtroom today.
All right, let me hear from the defendant.
Your Honor, our subpoenas were with OPDS, so I do not have any. We're looking for some confirmation from when those went out.
Well, is this a witness that is, first of all, have relevant information and likely to be called as a witness?
Yes.
What's the relevant information?
There's several things, but he will be called to talk about things that he was involved with my husband during that time.
Well, has the state interviewed this witness? Or potential witness?
Not with regards to this case. I don't know what he will be called to talk about things means. So I would like a little more information as to what the relevance is of this witness.
He has to have relevant information, which, as I've said, is testimony that makes a fact more likely or less likely that's an issue in the case. So what fact would he testify about that make it more likely or less likely? Can you give me some sort of specific information that you would expect him to testify to?
Yes, Your Honor. His communications with my husband up to the date of his of this incident.
What would those communications be? And how are they not hearsay?
They're his communications with my husband. That's how they're not hearsay.
Okay, and what type of communications?
Phone calls, text messages.
I meant what substance? Can you give me some idea of the relevant information that he would provide to the jury that would help them make a decision?
Without giving away my entire defense.
Well, we don't just get to call witnesses that, are going to testify about, we talked about the weather that day, so you do need to give me some sort of information about what his anticipated testimony would be.
Nightmare for this judge.
Well, his relevance in coming that day to do an intervention on me with the family.
Is this witness, Mr. Bardreau, is in the courtroom?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right. All right, let's go on sidebar.
Lori Hellis, good. Lori. Oh, go ahead, Joe Patuto. I didn't see your hand there.
I did hear it. Boudreaux is the nephew-in-law, I believe, of Lori, and he will be the victim if they have another trial in Arizona, because the claim is that there was an attempt to kill him. His wife, I think, and Lori, you can confirm this, was sucked into this religious craziness that Lori had. So I have no idea. I do know from watching some of the earlier proceedings in this case that this issue of not issuing the subpoenas, not being able to say why the witnesses are relevant, has come up repeatedly. And the judge just now, when he reminded her what relevance was, I know I have heard him tell her that at least 3 other times. So this is really indicative of how this trial is going to proceed slowly.
Yeah, Lori, good Lori. Just fill in the gaps with Brandon Boudreaux. He is his wife is Lori's niece, Melanie. And also just address, if you can, that first, but also this seems like this is going to be a nightmare scenario for this judge, who's going to have to be like a kindergarten cop here.
Well, Brandon Boudreaux is the victim in the second case in Arizona. So Charles Vallow was murdered in July. Lori then moved to Rexburg, but her brother Alex drove back from Rexburg. He moved with her. He drove back from Rexburg and attempted to shoot Brandon Boudreaux as he pulled into his driveway in his car. The idea was that he had a sizable life insurance policy. All along, Lori was looking for a source to fund her mission in the manner in which she'd become accustomed. And so Brandon Boudreaux had a sizable life insurance policy, and Lori had sucked her niece Melanie into this cult and believed that Melanie was, if they killed Brandon Boudreaux, Melanie, although they were divorcing, was still Brandon's beneficiary, and she would collect this sizable life insurance policy and then fund Lori's activities. And so Alex Cox pulled up in front of Brandon's driveway and got in the back of the Jeep with a gun and took a shot at Brandon. It missed him by inches, and Alex sped away. And so that trial is whether or not Lori was involved in the conspiracy for the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. So one of the things that is cumbersome is the issue when you represent yourself from being in custody, is just the sheer logistics. Getting subpoenas served is difficult. She's talking about OPDS, which is the Office of Public Defense Services. So because she's indigent, the State Office of Public Defense Services is the one who is funding all of the things that she needs. One of the things that has to happen is that OPDS has to write witness checks. There is a fee that you're paid when it's nominal, but it's a fee that you're paid for a witness. And OPDS has to issue those checks and then issue the subpoenas. And so, and she rightfully complained that she had an expert that she was attempting to use. That's going to come up in the trial, whether or not the judge is going to allow that expert to come in. She applied for OPDS funds to fund that expert in January, and it didn't get approved until early March. That's the cumbersome bureaucracy that she's dealing with from jail, which is difficult. So everything that I have seen so far about with this judge in the earlier hearings is he's been very patient with her. She doesn't really understand that when you get into court, you don't get to keep your defense close to the vest until you spring witnesses on somebody. She doesn't realize that's not the way a criminal case goes forward. So he's asking her what's relevant about Brandon Boudreaux, what he's going to testify to. And she doesn't want to say, because she sort of doesn't really understand that that's not how a criminal trial goes. Clearly, the prosecution knows exactly what Brandon Boudreaux was going to say. But she doesn't understand that when you're not in front of the jury, you need to talk about those things with some specificity. So he's having trouble sort of like pulling teeth, getting stuff out of her.
Yeah. Joe Patuto, I mean, I'm just wondering, they said that this trial is set to last 6 weeks, and I kind of understand maybe why now, because we're not even, opening statements are supposed to be 15 minutes in right now. A juror didn't show up. Another juror's got a doctor's appointment. She wants someone removed from the courtroom. He's got to explain to her about how witnesses are called. I mean, is this going to go on for like this every day, do you think?
Well, it's possible, or things might settle down, and she will get into some sort of routine. It's hard to tell with her. I think, and I agree with Lori, I watched some of the proceedings pre-trial, And given that she doesn't have a legal background, she didn't do a bad job of making her arguments. And she didn't get cowed by the judge. If she had an argument she wanted to make, she was persistent with it. So the question will be whether she will continue in that vein. She's got a problem with a number of the witnesses that subpoenas weren't issued for, where the prosecutors have not had a chance to interview the witnesses. If the judge permits some of that, that will undoubtedly slow this down some. This prosecutor, if they're going to have to interview witnesses and then think about how they want to put the case together, assuming that the witnesses really have relevant evidence, is inevitably going to slow things down.
Just as a matter of like protocol, Lori Hellis, do you know here who goes first? Then is it I assume the government will go first, then Lori, and then a rebuttal possibly. Is that your understanding?
Right. That's always the way a criminal case proceeds. The state starts, they have the burden of proof. And because they have the burden of proof, then they also are allowed a sort of a second bite at the apple, both in opening and closing.
Yeah, this is painful. While we're waiting for this, I'm just going to quickly bring this up. This is that body cam footage of Charles Vallow. That's what this case is all about. Let's watch this for a second. I'll bring this right back.
Many know the name, but the story of the so-called Doomsday Mom really started here in Arizona back in 2019, an exchange between Charles Vallow, Lori's fourth husband, with East Valley Police.
She's at a break. Says, I'm Nick Snyder. I've taken over Charles' body, and Charles will get killed. I'm going to kill you. You're going to be murdered today or tomorrow.
And just months later,
Snyder,
I mean, this is...
I've taken over Charles' body, and Charles will get killed. I'm going to kill you. You're going to be murdered today or tomorrow.
And just months later,
I got in a fight with my brother-in-law and I shot him and so.
All right, so Lori, back to you on this. This whole thing, like she's saying that I'm this guy Nick Schneider. Charles Vallow is raising a red flag here to the Chandler PD. I mean, hindsight is 2020. I still wonder, like, is there more that Chandler PD should have done here? I mean, it sounds crazy if you're a police officer responding to this and you hear a husband saying that my wife thinks I'm somebody else. It just sounds crazy, but the crazy turned out to be extra crazy. What do you make of that exchange on the body cam footage and what Charles Vallow was saying there?
Well, first of all, I think that Charles Vallow was a really nice man. He was a kind man. He loved Lori. They'd been married for 14 years. He loved his kids. And I think he genuinely wanted to get her some help because he believed that there was something seriously wrong. But what we know about religious delusions is that people can be very functional in their lives and still absolutely believe religious delusions. And that was what was going on with Lori. So he originally filed a mental health hold for her. And he had a little trouble getting it served. It was finally served on her. And the police, when she talked to the police, they asked her to go voluntarily and have an evaluation. She had a very preliminary evaluation, and they said she's oriented to place and time. She knows who she is. She seems competent to live her daily life, and they didn't see any red flags. But, you know, the religious delusions weren't part of that evaluation. So, and Lori still is suffering from religious delusions. That is something that has never gone away. And my understanding, although I'm not a psychologist, is that religious delusions are some of the most difficult things to treat. So, it's a very strange belief system, really sort of rooted in their upbringings in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Yeah, it's chilling. It's kind of frightening to hear someone talking like She seems there, but she's not. I don't think that's what's kind of freaky about this.
Yeah, Joel, I think the Lori who talked to the police, I've seen those interviews, is really no different than the Lori we're seeing today.
Yeah.
She's and she was very engaging, and the police thought that Charles was they really thought Charles was the problem, that he was not being accurate in his reporting.
Joel, can I ask Lori a question?
Yeah, please.
Lori, of the victims, were there any that didn't provide a financial payoff to her in
No.
one way or another?
No.
So
the
she was
children,
directed- okay.
she was receiving, she thought she was going to get $1 million life insurance policy payout for Charles Vallow's death. He had changed his beneficiary, and it actually went to his sister, who's the grandmother of JJ. She received sizable Social Security payments for both children because their fathers had died. And Tammy Daybell, they actually realized about $430,000 in Tammy Daybell's life insurance. And then Brandon Boudreaux, they were after his life insurance as well. So no, as far as we know, it was always a financial motive.
So the cynic in me, although the religious delusions, I have no reason not to believe they weren't true, but the cynic in me finds the victims that were chosen to be interesting in that they all provided some, or were expected to provide, a substantial financial payoff.
Well, I think that's true. And I think that sort of at the base of that was the fact that they felt like those financial payoffs were going to fund their mission to lead the 144,000. Of course, they wanted to do it in the manner to which they had become accustomed.
Here we go from Neil Campbell. The more life insurance you had, the darker you were. Dr. Hamilton, it's interesting. I mean, that's interesting. And Abby Crossing is saying she's not crazy. She's manipulative, which again, I should have had a psychologist on the panel, but these three are amazing. So, but we will get one on for some of the future days. But a lot of people are asking Dr. Hamilton, does she take the stand? Does Lori Vallow Daybell take the stand? That's easier said than done, because she's defending herself. Do you have an idea of the process? If she decided, yeah, I do want to take the stand, I read somewhere that she's got to write her own questions, then respond to the questions. It's a whole process. Curious if you understand it.
Yeah, so it will be very different because she can't examine herself. So if she's on the stand, yes, what they have said is she has to list out the questions for somebody else to ask her on the stand. Of course, that then from a trial strategy is a bit complicated because then generally, and when a litigator is asking questions, even though they may have some planned questions, depending on what the witness answers, a real human who is trying the case might modify their questions based on what the witness's answer is. And in this situation, that can't happen because she has put herself into that particular situation. I think she's heavily leaning toward being on the stand. My guess is that the reason that she said it's not a sure thing is just that her lawyers are counseling. I know they're assistant lawyers, but they seem to be more acting like lawyers now, which is something I wanted to mention too, is in terms of her representing herself, even at the very beginning of this, we've already seen her not be able to stand entirely on her own. Just the confusion, even from the back of her head, but her confusion when the judge asked her about why Brandon was not subpoenaed, she was relying upon them. So to me, it was just a very quick introduction that to her is, you don't know everything, and she's already leaning over listening to them. And so I think that's kind of a sign of things to come as well, as she's not able to do it entirely on her own.
Yeah, that is for sure. Shout out to Kevin Hornbuckle, who I see in the chat more and more. She can't not take the stand. Good Lori. Too juicy for a narcissist. Do you agree with that comment? Do you think we're going to see her take the stand? And this is a long sidebar. Before we get to Lori's answer, it is opening statements were supposed to start 25 minutes ago. Really, it's very confusing. Closer to an hour ago, but the stream is on a half-hour delay. But our live version, the part that we were supposed to see was supposed to start at the top of the hour. It's now 25 minutes after the hour, and there's a sidebar going on. I have a feeling that the judge right now is just like biting on a tennis ball in his chamber. But Lori Vallow, Lori Hellis, the good Lori. May I never make that mistake again. What do you think? Are we going to see her on the stand at some point?
Yeah, I would say there's a 99% chance that we're going to see her on the stand.
Wow.
And it is interesting because we've seen in other cases where we've seen people self-represent. I'm thinking about the Tellis case out of Las Vegas. He was able to get up on the stand and just give his narrative. But the judge has been very clear here that she is not going to be able to do that. She had to write out her questions. Her advisory council are going to ask her those questions, and she's going to have to be on the stand just like any other witness. It's complicated, as Joe said, because she doesn't have the opportunity to sort of adjust in midstream the way that a lawyer would. But I would be very surprised if she doesn't get on the stand. That's the whole purpose of her representing herself, is to be able to tell her story.
Yeah.
Her way.
And Lori Hellis, just again, like we kind of discussed this, but just to get a little more clarity. So she's got this quasi legal team to her left. What is, as you understand it, like what is her process here? Like the judge was just explaining to her, you just can't subpoena somebody about the weather. Does she then get to like lean over and say, what does he mean by that? You know, like how is she able to confer with these people? And do we know exactly who they are? Apologies if you already said exactly who they are.
You know, I don't know their names offhand. She originally had a team of lawyers that she asked to be replaced. And this team came on and were representing her. And then when she decided that she was going to represent herself, the judge said the current team would act as her advisory council. So they've been with her for quite a while. And, you know, some of that is up to the lawyer who's doing the advisory council as to how far they want to delve into that. How far they want to go in coaching her. But she does have the ability to lean over to them and ask a question. The rules of evidence are very tricky. I mean, law students spend a year learning the rules of evidence and the rest of their careers perfecting how they understand the rules of evidence. So those, I think, are the places where we're going to get the most advice from her counsel.
Thank you for that clarification. Joe Patuto, again, just back to her defense. So some people are saying, well, there's going to be like a religious zealot defense. I personally, like, I can't see her getting up there and saying, you know, it was my belief in God, blah, blah. I just can't see that. I can only see her getting up there and saying, I had nothing to do with this, just like disavowing herself of any responsibility. How do you see it?
Well, I agree with you, which is what she said all along. That's what she said in the interviews that she's done, that she's not responsible, that she didn't do anything. And can't imagine that she would get on the stand and say something else. So I think you're right. It's going to be point the finger at someone else or say they're all accidents or that, who knows, a suicide, self-defense. Yeah, I agree with you.
Dr. Hamilton, we are sitting here looking at the seal of the great state of Arizona, far from where you are in the UK. I'm just wondering, like, what are you thinking right now? Are you thinking, wow, this is a disaster? Thank God I was only asked to do this today, so I don't have to come back and deal with this. I can't believe these guys are going to stream this entire train wreck. What is running through your mind as a not only as a law professor, but also a former corrections officer and a police officer? Because this is about as crazy, I guess, as crazy gets, both in terms of who she is, how she thinks, but also the fact that she's now going to defend herself.
Well, that was a leading question at the very beginning of that from my legal perspective. Anyway, I think this is what we all want to be here for, is the craziness of this, and just the we couldn't have prepared for this, acknowledged it, so it's going to be a surprise. It's going to be an onion that is peeled, and for the next few weeks. There are going to be wrenches thrown in, and that's why partly we're all here, is just to see this weird thing that is going to play out in front of us. At the same time, is the other thing we're seeing is, again, in recent times, is being able to all of us sit and watch a trial as if we're almost there is just amazing to see justice actually done, even in these very weird situations. So it will take some time for all of us. There'll be some interesting things. But it also is reminding me of police work. So I was a street police officer, and I often described it as a lot of boring time punctuated by bursts of excitement. And that what might be an explanation for this trial as well.
Yeah, and right now it is the boring time, the BT. So Lori Hellis, to you, what is your understanding? This sidebar right now, is this trying to figure out what's going to happen with Brandon Boudreaux, the ex-nephew, whether he's allowed to stay in court, or is this sidebar going beyond that in terms of one of the jurors apparently did not show today, another juror has a note from a doctor? Is it all the above, or is this specific right now to Brandon Boudreaux?
Well, I think they're talking about all of it right now. It would make sense. It's clear from what we saw in the very beginning that getting set up for a sidebar is a little bit cumbersome. So they're probably going to try and deal with as much of it as possible all at once. So we know they're waiting on a jury or on a juror. So they're probably not in a real rush to get back on the bench because they're still waiting on that juror. And but I think they probably are talking in general about the logistics of her witnesses. She earlier in one of the pretrials, the judge said, we're going to have to wait to take this up until closer to trial because we need to make sure that all your witnesses have been subpoenaed. It's obvious from this morning that they haven't yet all been subpoenaed. And I understand that that's a function of her representing herself and having to rely on the state agency to get those subpoenas out.
Vesper Martini here with some information. I saw someone say that openings. So this is all on a delay, everyone. But I saw someone in the chat say that opening statements started. So we're going to be getting that, I believe, on a delay. But it's good to know that they started, because that.
Joe, if I can add to what Lori just said. Part of the problem, and the judge kept telling her this, was she wanted to assert her right to a speedy trial. And part of the problem that's come up with the subpoenas and trying to find the witnesses is that they moved forward with the trial and didn't allow enough time for her to get her ducks in a row. And the judge keeps reminding her, you didn't like when your lawyer said we need some time to do this, and here you are, and here we are.
I'm looking at the comments. Joe Patuto, this is your world, the legal scholar world. Someone asked, maybe it's a trivia question more so than a law professor, but someone asked if anyone remembers a recent case or a case in the past where the defendant was defending themselves pro se and actually won the case. Do you know of any cases?
There are very few defendants that go pro se, but I do not know of one where the defendant won.
Lori Hellis?
Yeah, there was a recent case, and I don't remember the man's name, but he was accused of murdering his wife. Um, it was within the last perhaps year and a half. And the only thing that comes to mind is that there was something about him building a treehouse. And he did represent himself. He was an older guy. Tucker, yeah, that's it.
Treehouse was hung. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tucker the treehouse.
And he did manage a not guilty verdict.
Huh.
Yep.
There you go. So it's possible. Dr. Hamilton, I'm just wondering, you're in the UK. In the UK, can you choose to defend yourself? Is this something that is kind of a universal legal proceeding or that can take place, or is this just an American phenomenon where you can get up and defend yourself in a trial?
No, it's a common law tradition as a right of a defendant to represent yourself. Again, coming from history, is you were for a long period of time required to represent yourself. But it is now, even in these days, considered a part of your own right because your life and your freedom is on the line. And so it's just a choice that you might have, the same as a choice to whether you testify or not. It is supposed to be your choice and not somebody else's.
Buffy K here. Listen to this. Not spoiling, but the prosecution's opening is amazing. They have more evidence. I am just wondering, how are people knowing this if it's all on a delay? COE, in my normal paranoia, I'm just hoping that we're looking at a real live shot that's not really a live shot because it's on delay. So I know you're on top of it. Give me a sign of life. Opening statement started 30 minutes from the start. COE, what's happening here?
Yeah, so we're on a delay, so we will not see it until it becomes available to all of us. So while it may have started in the courtroom, it hasn't started for us because the stream is delayed.
And
but
Julie,
as soon as you see it appear, then that means it's started for the stream.
let me ask you this. Julie Frew saying 46 minutes until we see action. Does that mean that I am going to talk for the next 46 minutes, COE?
Yes, but why don't you ask Lori if she has any thoughts, because she has to leave soon. So let's go to Lori, and then after that we can circle back with Joe and Melissa.
Lori, when I apologize, you have to be out of here when, Lori?
Oh, in the next 5 minutes or so.
Oh, okay. So why don't you give us your thoughts here? Curious, why are you not there? Did you not want to travel out? What was the reason for not going out there?
Well, frankly, it's spring in Central Oregon, which means we have a lot of rain and a few snowstorms. So I'd happily be in Arizona right now if I could. I just have other things going on. I'm in the preliminary stages of a new project, and so it made more sense for me to watch it from here rather than go to Arizona. But I'm getting updates from Gigi too. So.
Oh, there. All right, and I'm hearing that she is live tweeting. Our friend G Money, Gigi McKelvey. So Lori, we'll get you back in here. And we're going to be streaming, and it's going to be the same link. So if you're back and you want to hop in, you just hop in. We'll be here.
Happily, anytime.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you. All right, so let me try to figure this out. So opening started 11:17 Arizona time. That would be 2:17 Eastern time. It is now 2:39, and we're on a half-hour delay. So whatever 2:17 and
8
30
more minutes.
Joe, you're the best because it's Monday. I never can function on Mondays. So about 8 minutes left. And apparently the government has more evidence than we know of. Joe Patuto, that's not really a surprise, right? I mean, they were going to hold their cards a little bit near their chest. And apparently they're dropping some sort of bombs in the courtroom in terms of the evidence that they have that I guess the defense may not have been expecting. Your thoughts on that?
Or the defense may be expecting it, but it's still a surprise to the rest of us since it wouldn't have been broadcast anywhere. So no, I don't think it's a surprise that they have more. And it's nice to hear that the people, or I guess it would be Gigi, thinks that the prosecutor's opening has gone very well. I will add one thing to the pro se defense that I've been thinking about. Here, Lori has a couple of lawyers who are assisting her as assistant lawyers. If you go back to Sarah Boone, when it looked like Sarah Boone was going to have to represent herself, the judge in that trial said he was not going to permit an assistant lawyer to help her. She was going pro se, so she was going pro se. Happily, in that case, she ended up finding lawyers to defend her, so we never saw what it would look like if you had a defendant with nobody to whisper in her ear and help run a defense.
COE, just back to the math on this, because I'm getting confused here again, because Julie's saying add it in the 30 minutes, but this started at 2:17 Eastern time, and it is now 2:41 Eastern time. So that's
she's right.
But it's
if
an
it
additional
started at 2:17, then you've got to count that it's 2:47 before the feed would open up.
Yeah, but that's 6 minutes away. So you were kind of right. You said 8 minutes before.
Well,
not
I was
an
right.
extra.
It was
Yeah,
2
yeah.
minutes ago.
Okay, we are all doing as Beth Warren said. What's the purpose of? We'll get to that in a minute. But Beth Warren says we are doing time zone math. Yeah, it is the hardest math that there is. Dr. Hamilton, great question. I mean, I know you probably don't know the exact answer, but what is your speculation as to why a 30-minute delay? I mean, we do know Lori's wearing what equates to a taser around her waist. And Dr. Hamilton was once a corrections officer and a police officer. If she is to freak out, way too much math for a Monday, but if she is to completely freak out up there, I assume that's why we're on a 30-minute delay. What do you think?
Yeah, probably, or that's a significant reason, I imagine, is because of who she is. And it's not just any pro se defendant, but the machinations that she's gone through already that the judge is used to. So, which some of it, whatever she comes up with, may not be appropriate for television, for the public. And so this is a precautionary measure in the event that something does go awry, she does something crazy, that they can then stop it and the public then won't be able to see it. And so I think that's a really good balance in terms of allowing us to be in the courtroom, but at the same time, having a measure to prevent the public from seeing things that may not be appropriate.
I also think that he's worried about the technology. And if something falls through, and if they're doing a sidebar that should have white noise and it doesn't work, he wants to be sure that they catch it before any of the rest of us see it.
You know,
true. In some of the other trials, we have heard the bench, for example, in I think Charlie Adelson's case, one of the sidebars, I believe we were able to see because somebody in the podcast world was able to turn up the microphones or the volume enough that we were able to overhear. So that's probably a valid concern too. But I have a question for Joe, if I could throw it at one in.
Please.
So Joe, you are now retired and doing enjoying yourself, but now you have a basis for knowing how to get more money based on this case, which is knock off people who have life insurance and such. So you are now.
I don't think I have any relatives that would qualify, so no luck.
All right, here we go. The judge.
The court can't find that Mr. Boudreau has any relevant information to this case. Therefore, Mr. Boudreau struck again without prejudice from the witness list. He can remain in the courtroom.
So he rules that Brandon Boudreau can stay, and the jury is coming in now.
That were raised by the defense, we'll talk about at another time when the jury's not waiting.
And he also doesn't think he's going to be able to testify. He doesn't think he has any relevant information.
Yeah. Tell us if you think Lori gets zapped during this trial at some point. Now, did he just leave again? The judge? I feel like, is that like a one of those like fake? It's actually like his chamber right behind that seal. Does he hit the seal and twirl around back into his chamber? Or did this camera just pan up? They're bringing in the jurors. That's what it is. So
That's what's going on.
yeah. So we're gonna hang tight here. SDS Nation, tell me what we know about the judge here. I know you guys are gonna know more than me, but I'm also trying to get some history on this judge. And I feel for this guy.
Well, I was going to ask Joe if she was then being prosecuted for one of those murders I was hypothesizing, if she would represent herself.
No. No. Would you?
No, and I think that's true. I think most very experienced lawyers would not represent themselves. So it's interesting that people who don't have legal training think they can.
Well, maybe it's because experienced lawyers are not also narcissists.
Oh, I know some who are.
Why they say that lawyers are the worst witnesses, right?
Often.
Because they parse words a lot.
I'm just trying to look up info on this judge. We've got either a thumb or someone standing in front of this camera. The judge went to law school in Idaho. There you go. There's some information on the judge. Let's see what else we've got. The judge is patient. There you go. Court audio too low. For those joining, this is the Lori Vallow Daybell trial. This is about to be opening statements. That is Joe Patuto's very unique cell phone. Was that yours, Joe Patuto?
Yeah, somebody just phoned. I don't know why.
Very interesting ring. I like it. Here's Judge Boreski trying to get info on this guy. Judge went to school in Moscow. Look at that, University of Idaho Law.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not hearing him, but it's probably because they have him muted. This is all being done by a pool camera, a single camera.
By a witness who has been sworn in and is answering questions from the witness stand. Therefore, it is important to remember that what is said by both the prosecutor and the defendant in opening statements and later in closing arguments is not evidence. The purpose of an opening statement is to help you prepare for anticipated evidence. The state can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you going to use, yeah, put a mic over there.
Judge went to University of New Mexico, graduated University of Idaho College of Law in '97, State Bar of Arizona. Judge Justin
I'm going to need you to stay
Boreski.
close to me the next couple days. Mel, too. She can't go to Utah. They're planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Lori Daybell, the woman seated over here, wrote this to her brother, Alex Cox, on July 9th of 2019, 2 days before they killed Charles Vallow. But to understand why this is so meaningful, why this is relevant, you have to understand the context. So let's talk about it. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow was married to Charles Vallow. Lori Vallow lived here in Arizona, Chandler. Charles Vallow lived in Texas. In July of 2019, Lori Daybell was Lori Vallow, married to Charles Vallow. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to be Lori Daybell, wife of Chad Daybell. And in July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to keep the same lifestyle that she had with Charles. And she could get all of this if Charles was dead. She could marry Chad Daybell and become Lori Daybell. She would get a $1 million life insurance policy from Charles Vallow. She would get Social Security for herself and their son, JJ, as a child of a dead spouse. And all of this would be true if Charles Vallow was dead. So what about Nephi? Well, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox all believed that those who disagreed with them were dark, possessed by evil spirits, sometimes called Z's or zombies. Sometimes they had names for these evil spirits like Ned. Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lori used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban. On July 9th of 2019, Lori Vallow invoked Nephi when she messaged Alex to provide them with that religious authority to kill Charles. After months of trying to get rid of him, they were finally ready to be like Nephi. So how did this begin? We go back to 2018. Lori Vallow met Chad Daybell. You will learn that in November of 2018, that Chad Daybell came to Arizona for a Preparing the People conference. And he and others stayed at Lori and Chad's house. Charles was actually out of town with JJ. Lori and Chad acted as if there was nothing between them, but nothing could be further from the truth. By January of 2019, Lori Vallow claimed that Charles Vallow was possessed by an evil spirit that she called Ned. You will see text messages where Lori and Alex refer to him as Ned. During this trial, you're going to hear from some women who initially were close in Lori's circle. These women will tell you they met her through the Preparing the People conference. They are spiritual women within the LDS church. And initially they found Lori's spirituality infectious. But the more they listened to Lori, the more they started to find concern with what she was saying. One of them called it red flags. Lori began saying things like she didn't need to repent, that she was beyond that. And you'll hear from these women that that goes against everything that their religion follows. Everyone must repent. You will hear from Serena Sharp that in March of 2019, she attended a girls' weekend with Lori and some other women. They went to the temple, they had lunch, they did volunteer activities, and then Lori asked them to do something a little unusual. She told them that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit, and she referred to that as Ned. She told them that Charles was no longer in his body. She asked them to come together and try to cast out this evil spirit. Serena will tell you that she didn't ask Lori what would happen to Charles if that evil spirit went. She only knew that she had said Charles was already gone. She didn't know if he would come back or his body would just die. Later that month, on March 26th of 2019, Alex Cox texted his sister, Lori Vallow, and said, quote, "Ned is still alive, just confirmed. Lori responded, "It's not Ned. It's a new one. Ned is gone. No one has seen him, right? Just talk to him, question mark." Alex said, "Correct. Charles' body is alive." "What did you learn, question mark?" And Lori responded, "A lot. Still working on it. We'll call you later." As the year went by, Lori and Alex became more determined to get rid of Charles Vallow's body, whatever they wanted to call him. You will hear from Christina Atwood that she attended a gathering on June 9th of 2019. Again with Lori and some close friends, but this time Alex Cox attended. This was the first time she had met him. Christina will tell you that she heard Alex say that he just wanted to kill Charles. In fact, she heard him say this a couple times. And she heard Lori say in response that she had been drugging Charles, crushing up JJ's pills and putting them in Charles's protein drinks. Christina will tell you she was so disturbed by this that she actually went and confronted Lori the next day and told her that if Charles ended up dead, she would have to go to the police. That's how disturbed she was. Now, Lori, of course, said it was all a joke. What else could she say? But 1 month later, Alex and Lori created that situation to be like Nephi and killed Charles. What about Charles? You're going to learn that Charles and Lori had been together for a long time. They had adopted one of Charles's family members' children, JJ. JJ was everything to Charles. JJ was the reason Charles and Lori were still together. You'll learn that Charles knew about Lori's beliefs, that he was called Nick or Ned or some name. You will learn that Charles told a lot of people about this. And on February 26th of 2019, Charles made a big decision. He had a $1 million life insurance policy, and his wife, Lori Vallow, had been the beneficiary. He changed it. He changed it to his sister, Kay Woodcock. You will learn he did not have to notify Lori about it, and she had no idea. You'll learn that Charles desperately wanted to bring Lori back to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You will learn that he was close with Lori's brother, Adam, and he was reaching out to him during this time period. You will hear from Adam. Adam will tell you that he himself had heard the defendant say things that were outside the LDS religion, that she was translated. Charles was possessed. He knew she was no longer following the LDS faith. Then, June 28th, Charles found out that Lori and Chad were having an affair. You will hear that he reached out to Lori about it, Chad's wife, and out to Adam Cox about it. Now you're going to hear about a lot of these things because the police executed numerous search warrants. You're going to hear that they executed search warrants on cell phone records, cell tower records, and iCloud accounts. You're going to learn that an iCloud account is basically a service through Apple where you can store everything. Photos, emails, documents, whatever you want. This can be intentional, or sometimes it can be unintentional. Your phone or your computer may be saving items there without you even realizing it. You'll learn that for years, Lori Vallow had an iCloud account that was loriforstyle@icloud.com. But after Charles learned about Chad Daybell on that June 28th, she created a new iCloud account, lollytime@icloud account. Many of these text messages between Lori and others that you're going to hear about at trial were recovered from those two iCloud accounts. You're also going to learn about Charles's cell phone. The police eventually recovered it, and they were able to extract the data, look at the messages and things that had been in there. And you're going to learn about those text messages with Adam Cox from July 9th through the 11th. You're going to hear from Adam that they were talking about an intervention, about maybe recording Lori, saying these things and taking those recordings to the stake president, or just confronting the stake president about it. They didn't have an exact plan, but on July 9th, Adam agreed to fly to Phoenix to help try to talk to his sister, talk to the stake president, get her back into this faith. Ultimately, Adam flew to Phoenix on the 10th, as did Charles. Adam will tell you that he actually, when he got his reservation on the 9th from Charles, reached out to his brother, Alex. He asked to stay with him. And Alex said, sure. You'll see phone records. They had a conversation about it. But when Adam flew into Phoenix on the 10th, remember, that's after that message by Lori that he needed to stay close to her. Adam tried texting his brother. Adam tried calling his brother, and Alex didn't respond. Adam didn't know that his brother Alex had been summoned to help his sister Lori be like Nephi, that it was time to kill Charles. The text messages from Lori to Alex about that intervention that she knew about and being like Nephi show that by the evening of July 9th of 2019, Lori knew that Charles was trying to have an intervention. An intervention. In that text message, remember, she said they are trying to have an intervention. She knew it was Charles and others. She also told her brother he had to stay close for the next couple days because she knew that she was going to be seeing Charles on the 11th when he came over to pick up their son, JJ, to take him to school. She told him, it's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. A few minutes after Lori had texted Alex that message on July 9th that they were going to be like Nephi, Alex called his sister Lori, and they talked for over 56 minutes, planning how they were going to get rid of Charles. Alex would stay close with his gun, and he and Lori would be like Nephi. July 10th of 2019 is a day before Charles was killed. We know from text messages that by 7:18 p.m., Alex was already at Lori's house. He brought a garbage bag with some clothes and an orange duffel bag with his .45 caliber handgun and 2 extra magazines of ammunition. He was prepared. We also know that the evening of July 10th, Charles sent a message to Lori letting her know that he would be over at 7:30 a.m. the next day to pick up JJ, to take him to school. Lori and Alex knew exactly when this murder would happen and where it would happen. They just had to make sure that Charles stayed in the house. You'll hear that on the evening of July 10th, Charles spent his last night alive on a date. He had been on several dating apps and appeared to be moving on. You will hear from his date, Nancy Jo, that she and Charles had met on an LDS dating site a few days before. You will hear that she had talked to him and texted him for hours. Sometimes they would talk for 3 hours on the phone. Nancy Jo will tell you that Charles told her about everything of his relationship, his wife's beliefs, everything that was going on. And he had told her about this change to the beneficiary of his life insurance. She will tell you it sounded like a lot of drama, but she still was interested and wanted to meet this person, and so they met that evening for dinner. She'll tell you that she understood on the 11th that Charles would be picking up his son, that he was actually going to meet a realtor about finding a place to rent here so he could be closer to JJ, and that he was going to try to get in touch with Adam to meet up. And then they were supposed to meet later in the day. She will also tell you that she actually told Charles, kind of joking, but in a way to end the drama, why don't you just tell Lori that you changed the life insurance policy so she knows it's not her? Nancy Jo will tell you the next day, she texted Charles. She called him, and she actually thought he had ghosted her. She didn't know he was dead until a few months later when she saw something on the news, photo of him, and actually learned that he had been killed on July 11th. So let's talk about July 11th. That morning, Lori Vallow was up early and she was texting with Chad Daybell. You'll learn that we do not have those text messages. They were not saved in the iCloud, but we have them from the phone records. Alex was already at Lori's house with his gun, and everyone knew that Charles was a punctual person and would be there around 7:30 to pick up JJ so he could get to school. You're going to learn that, like many people, Charles had left his GPS data locating service on his phone. So that means when his phone is moving around, it was constantly documenting with GPS the location of the phone. During this trial, you're actually going to see this data mapped out. You'll be able to see Charles come to the house, and then you're going to see his phone leave with the defendant and what she does all day with it. What we know is that Charles arrived at Lori's house at about 7:35. He texted Adam Cox and told him that Alex, or Al, is here. You'll see from photos that Alex's truck was parked in the driveway. Adam responded, "Really, I wonder why he never called me back." Charles didn't respond to that. Adam then texted, "They're planning something." And Charles responded, "Absolutely." Adam told Charles, "I was supposed to spend the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that." Charles told Adam, "What you do is up to you." Adam then told Charles he was going to reach out to Alex and ask him to come get him and see what Alex would do. And in fact, he did text his brother. You'll learn that Charles read that text message from Adam, but he didn't respond. Adam sent one more text message to Charles at 7:49 a.m. on July 11th. He told him that he and his son were going to go play basketball at 8 p.m. to look for a specific church leader who was usually there and have a conversation with him. Charles Vallow never read that message, but you will learn that Lori and Alex did. Charles went to the front door of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, a house that he had rented for his wife, Lori Vallow, a house that he paid for. Charles would have had to knock on the door, alerting Lori and Alex that he was there. He got JJ, put him out in the car. And then Lori Vallow created the reason to keep Charles from just leaving with JJ. Lori Vallow wanted to stop this intervention. Lori Vallow wanted to stop Charles and Adam from trying to take her temple recommend away. Lori Vallow, who wanted to be Lori Daybell, and Lori Vallow, who wanted Charles's money. So Lori took Charles's cell phone, and she refused to give it back. Lori Vallow, or Lori Daybell, whatever name you want to call her by, is why Charles didn't just leave with JJ that morning. Lori Vallow is why Alex was able to shoot Charles. Lori Vallow is why Charles is dead. I want to tell you a little bit about the scene, this house, so you can understand what's happening here. When you walk in the front door, there's a big room. It was empty, no furniture. There were mirrors on 2 of the walls, windows on a 3rd wall, and the 4th wall had doorways going into the kitchen and a hallway off to the bedrooms. This is where Charles Vallow was killed. This is where Alex Cox shot him 2 times. The first shot to Charles Vallow was to his chest. It exited out his back. Charles Vallow fell to the ground. He put his left hand to this wound, and blood transferred onto it. You will hear from the medical examiner that this shot went through his heart, and that a person can take seconds to up to 2 minutes to die from that type of wound. You will hear that a person can still talk and move after they're shot in the heart. And we know Charles was able to move since he put his dominant left hand on his chest and transferred that blood to his hand. You will see that. As Charles lay on the floor of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, Alex Cox stood at his feet and fired a second shot. That shot entered his abdomen, and it exited his left shoulder. The angle was significantly upward. Dr. Baumgartner, who is the medical examiner, will tell you that this wound was shored. You will learn that shored means that there was something hard behind that wound. So when the bullet exited it, it caused a different tearing pattern than the other wound that exited Charles's back. It is this shored wound, this exit on Charles's left shoulder, that shows us that there was nothing accidental about this second shot. You will learn from the cell phone that at 7:49, Lori left Charles's house, or left her house with Charles's cell phone, his wallet, his rental car, and JJ and Tylee. She drove to Burger King, Walgreens, dropped JJ off at school before she and her daughter Tylee drove back to the house. During this time, while Lori is driving around in Charles's car, his phone, she spoke with her brother Alex twice. The first call was at 7:52 a.m., 3 minutes after she left. The second call was at 8:06 a.m., 17 minutes after she left. You will hear that when Alex and Lori are talking, neither of them had called 911 yet. In fact, you will hear that Alex didn't call 911 until 47 minutes after Lori left. Charles Vallow lay dead on the floor of that house for 47 minutes before he called 911. During this 47 minutes, Alex began staging the scene and making mistakes. You're going to learn that the police found a bat that was located on the right side of Charles to the north of his head. Like he had been holding it, and when he was shot, it fell, it dropped, it rolled up against one of the walls that had mirrors on it. What you're going to learn that is Alex forgot that Charles was left-handed. In fact, you're going to learn that Charles was a semi-professional baseball player. He pitched and he batted left-handed. So that bat was on the wrong side. Next, you're going to hear about an injury to Alex himself. Lori had told police that Charles hit Alex in the head with this bat before Alex shot Charles. classic self-defense. But in all cases, we must look at the physical evidence because it doesn't lie. And the physical evidence doesn't have a bias or a memory loss. Sometimes it's the lack of physical evidence that doesn't lie. So again, we know that this room where Charles was shot had no furniture, mirrors, 2 walls. You learn that although Lori claimed that Charles hit Alex with that bat and then Alex shot him in self-defense, that Alex's gun had no blood transferred on it. Alex was allegedly struck in the head with a bat by a semi-professional baseball player. Doesn't go unconscious, and he never touches that injury. Pulls out a gun, is able to shoot this man twice, and then he takes the gun down a hallway and puts it into a room. Never apparently touching his head or this wound. And again, Lori says that Alex was hit with the bat in this room by Charles. But again, what we don't see is any blood on the floor. Charles strikes Alex in the head with a bat. They're grappling on the ground. There's not a single drop of blood on the ground in that room. There's pooling of blood around Charles as he lay there on the ground. There's not a drop of blood going down the hallway to where Alex put the gun. There's not a drop of blood in the room where Alex put that gun. There's not a drop of blood on the floor in the kitchen where Alex went to go wash his hands. There are no towels, sheets, clothing, napkins with blood on them where Alex was holding his head and trying to stop this bleeding from this injury. You will see on body-worn camera, Alex Cox, who's on with 911, come out of the house. He will have a phone in one hand and his other hand up, and you will notice that he actually has a pair of sunglasses resting on the top of his head. You will see at some point, Alex sits down, and they ask him to move to another location. They talk to him for a while, and then you'll see him eventually touch his head a few times, and then he obtains a napkin or towel, something, and you'll see him at times rubbing his head, patting it. That is the only bloody item you will see. Those sunglasses on Alex's head. He is struck in the head by a baseball player while grappling on the ground. He then pulls out a gun and shoots his brother, puts away this gun, deals with his injury, and yet those sunglasses are still right there on the top of his head. No blood on the floors, no blood on the gun, no damage to the mirrors, bat on the wrong side. The lack of physical evidence to help support this self-defense claim. Next, trajectory. The medical examiner will talk to you about the trajectory through Charles's body. The detectives are going to talk to you about the trajectory through the room. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that the trajectory of that first shot to Charles, the one that went through his chest, through his heart, and out his back, was front to back and slightly downward. It will be less than an inch downward. The detectives will tell you that the bullet from that shot, actually, as it exited Charles's back, ended up across the room in the baseboard. They pulled it out and recovered it. Both of them will say that this shot is consistent with Charles being standing upright with a person in front of him. The gun could be slightly down, or his hand could cause that little bit of downward angle. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that that second shot that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder, that the trajectory of that shot was front to back and significantly upward, 13 inches upward. Dr. Baumgartner is also the one who will tell you about that shored wound. What you will hear from the detectives, though, is that when they found Charles on the ground, off to the side of his left shoulder was the other bullet on the ground, not embedded. They'll also tell you that when they finally moved Charles, they took his body away, they cleaned up the blood on the ground, and they noticed a defect in the flooring, in the wood, consistent with a bullet striking the ground. That defect was located where Charles's left shoulder had been. You will hear that both Dr. Baumgartner and the detectives found the trajectory. The wounds were consistent with Charles laying on the ground, Alex being at his feet, when that second shot was fired. The physical evidence does not lie. Charles was on the ground when Alex Cox fired that second shot. The injuries to Charles, the location of the bullet strikes, the trajectory of the injuries both in Charles and in the house all show this was not self-defense. This was a staged murder scene. I told you that Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 a.m., and we know this because of Charles Vallow's cell phone. The 911 call was placed at 8:36 a.m., 47 minutes later. The police arrived at 5531 South Four Peaks Place at about 8:41 a.m. Lori Vallow and her daughter Tylee returned to the house at 8:48 a.m. When the police first contacted Lori Vallow, they thought she had no idea that her husband was dead, that he'd been shot and killed. Initially, you will see body cam footage of an officer going up and just getting her information. Lori doesn't ask, why are all these police here? Why is there a fire truck here? Why is my brother sitting on the ground over there? Or is he okay? Instead, she comments about her neighbors. You'll learn that the police then pulled her aside to do what they call a death notification, to let her know that her husband was dead. Only to their surprise, she told them she knew, she was there. So at this point, the police knew they needed to take her to the police station and question her. You'll learn that Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police. She was treated very kindly. The police asked her what happened. Lori Vallow told the police that she took Charles's cell phone. She admitted that she was the reason that Charles didn't just leave and take JJ to school. She told police in no uncertain terms that Charles was demanding his phone back, and she refused to give it back. She told the police that even as Charles screamed at her for his phone, she walked away from him, wouldn't give it to him. No matter what happened or what Charles said or did, she would not give his phone back to him. Lori told police that her daughter Tylee came out of the room during this screaming with a bat, that Charles took it away from Tylee, and Tylee fell on the ground, and she told Tylee to go out to the car with JJ. She still didn't return the phone. She told police that Alex came out, that he and Charles got into this scuffle with the bat, that Charles hit him in the head with the bat. She still didn't give Charles back the phone. What she did instead was take his phone and go around that wall into the kitchen. Left the situation. Time to let brother Alex be Nephi. While she's in the kitchen, she said she heard the gunshot, came out, saw Charles on the ground, and her brother standing at Charles's feet. Then she told the police she left. You'll learn that the police actually had no idea that Lori still had Charles's phone. Even when they're interviewing her, she still had it. Police are processing the house, looking for it. Where is it? I can't find it. Later in the afternoon, you'll hear that the police actually called Lori and Alex and asked them to come back to the scene. And when Lori arrived, they told her they couldn't find Charles's phone. And she told the detective that she found the phone in the car. Found it in the car. She gave Charles's phone to Detective Enclan and then provided her with Charles's PIN number to get into the phone. You'll learn that after those interviews in the morning, Lori and Alex went back to Alex's house in Santan. And there they went through Charles's phone. You'll learn that Alex actually took photos of some of the messages between Charles and Adam, including Adam's flight reservations. And he later sent those to his sister, Lori. July 11th. Lori didn't tell any of Charles's family he was dead. She didn't tell Adam that Charles was dead. She certainly knows they'd been talking. The next day, Lori texted Charles's sons from his prior marriage and told them, "Your dad is dead." Charles's sons reached out to their Aunt Kay about this, and you'll learn that Kay and her husband had to Google this, see if it was true. They found out that Charles had been shot. So what about the money? That life insurance policy. Charles Vallow had $1 million life insurance policy. When he got it, his wife, Lori Vallow, was the beneficiary. We know that Charles died on a Thursday, July 11th. That next Monday, July 15th, Lori Vallow called Banner Life Insurance. The call was recorded and you will hear it. She told the agent that Charles had been accidentally shot. It was an accident. And that she was the beneficiary. Both of those statements are not correct. There was nothing accidental about that shooting, and she was not the beneficiary. 3 days later, on July 18th, Lori Vallow learned that she was not the beneficiary. Banner Life Insurance could not and would not tell her who Charles had changed it to. But Lori was angry about it. And you're going to learn that on July 18th of 2019, there's another very important text message in this case. The first one on July 9th between Lori and Alex when they discussed being like Nephi. And on July 18th, 7 days after Lori and Alex killed Charles and Lori learned she is not getting $1 million life insurance policy, she sends a message to Chad Daybell. Quote, "So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. You can't tell me who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get $4,000 a month from SS." In this text message, Lori tells Chad that it was probably Ned, that evil spirit inhabiting Charles's body, that changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of him, before they killed him. After Lori found out that she was not the beneficiary, she was so angry that she actually went through Charles's laptop, found the beneficiary change form, sent photos of that to Chad. And she also confronted Kay about it. The $1 million she had expected to get was gone. But as Lori told Chad on the 18th, she was still going to get money from the death of Charles. Lori knew already that a month before going to see Social Security, how much money she would get for JJ and for herself as a caregiver as a result of Charles being killed. $4,000 a month. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case is going to show you that Lori Vallow Daybell conspired with her brother, Alex Cox, to kill her husband, Charles Vallow. When Charles let Lori know he was coming into town, she quickly got the pieces into place. Alex came to her house with a gun. Lori created the way to keep Charles inside the house so that Alex and she could be like Nephi. To kill Charles Vallow to better at least her life so she could be with Chad and she could live off that life insurance policy. As we go through this trial, you will see photos of Charles's injury, photos of the crime scene, and hear testimony that will prove that this was not self-defense. As we go through this trial, you'll be provided with phone calls, emails, text messages, and hear testimony that lays out the motive for this murder: money and Chad Daybell. You will see text messages and hear from people who Lori trusted and who were later pushed away, people who really don't want to be part of this trial, but were pulled into it by this defendant and her desire to get rid of Charles to be with Chad. People who heard Lori for months saying Charles was gone, possessed. People who will establish that this murder was premeditated. You will hear text messages from July 9th by Lori to her brother, Alex Cox, that he had to stay near her, that it was all coming to a head, and she would be like Nephi, and so would he. A justified killing, just like the prophet. And later, the text message to Chad where she told him that Charles changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of Ned. A confession by Lori of how religion and money were twisted to justify Charles's murder. At the end of this trial, the state will come to you and ask you to hold the defendant responsible for the death of Charles Vallow and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
There you have it. That was the
Will
state.
the defendant be giving an opening statement? Okay, because of the lunch hour, your opening statement will start after lunch. I'm going to excuse the jury for lunch. I'm going to ask juror 3 to stay back. I need to talk to you about something. Please remember the admonition, jurors. We'll see you. Let's start. Everyone be back in the jury room about 1:20 p.m. and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
You think juror number 3 is the juror who came in late?
Yeah, or has a. I think one I thought was a no-show, maybe late. The other had a doctor's appointment. When I worked at Fox News, since there were people in every time zone, everything was referred to an East Coast time, so no one would screw anything up. And he just said that they are breaking till what time? Did he say 4:30? Did he say? I'm totally lost already. I believe he said 1:30 court resumes. Did anyone catch that? So 1:30 is 4:30 Eastern, but then there's a half-hour delay. So
Right.
I believe it's an hour and 26 minutes, if I'm right about this, until lunch, until openings resume. An hour and 26 minutes. COE, please help me here. You have 1:30, 4:30. Correct. So if it's 1:30, it is 4:30, and if it's 4:30, you got to add a half hour, so 5 o'clock. Eastern Daylight Time, EDT. So we're gonna keep this up. The chat is welcome to hang and chat. That's what chatters do. And I'm gonna be back because I'm gonna go get some lunch. And Joe Patuto, I know it's late there. Not expecting you to stick around, although you're a night owl. You're welcome to. And same with Dr.
I'll come back
Hamilton.
for a while anyway.
Yeah, it's you
'Cause
guys, whatever.
I want to hear her opening.
Okay. I love it. I love it. Look at that dedication. So I'm gonna pop us all out. Everyone stick around, and we'll be back in about an hour and 15 minutes for Lori Vallow's opening statements. Everybody, stay tuned. I'm just gonna bounce you guys out. Thank you so much, and hopefully we'll see you all back here. I'm bouncing myself. Hello, all. We are about 7 minutes away from Lori delivering opening statements on delay. You may see people tweeting out. That is again because the court is on the stream, I should say, from court is on a 30-minute delay. But we will I see Melissa, Dr. Hamilton backstage. I'll bring her in just a couple of minutes for Lori's opening statement. So just stand by. Thank you. You know what? I'll bring her in now. Dr. Hamilton, it is Joel. Hope you're well. Before Lori delivers her openings, which should be any moment, curious what you thought of the state Deputy Maricopa County Attorney Trina Kay. She basically laid out a case where it was motivated by money, insurance money. She did not realize that Charles Vallow had changed his beneficiary on that insurance policy, and she was texting and talking to Chad Daybell about all of this, and it was sort of a step-by-step narrative about why Lori went to the lengths. Here's Joe Patuto as well. Hey, Joe.
Hi.
So Dr. Hamilton, your thoughts on the state delivering their opening statements?
Overall, generally good. She was piecing together the parts of this puzzle, providing motive, I think, which is really good. I guess the criticisms I would have are not huge, but for a jury that doesn't know much about the background of this, she kind of leaped off into some details that I'm not sure, it could have been, I think, a little bit more elementary to start off with. But saying that it's very possible that during jury selection, maybe they had educated the jury enough that they knew what she was talking about at the beginning. But I just know, even though I'm pretty familiar with the case, at the very beginning, I was a little bit lost and I had to catch up. So I just was wondering whether the jury could follow. But after that, she seemed to do better about connecting the dots, connecting the people and what have you. But I'm interested, Joe, I'm going to ask you for your grade again on this one.
I don't know why I'm the one who always has to give a grade. I thought it was very well done. The only thing, and I guess I didn't have much of a problem with where she started. The one thing I wish she didn't do was sway back and forth all the time, because I found that a little distracting, and I'm not sure she was always in the microphone. But I think I would give her at least an A-. I mean, she wove a really persuasive tale about how it happened. She did the sort of the history of it first, and then brought Lori into it to show her involvement, and I thought it was very effective.
I thought it was very sort of prosecutorial, which was not a ton of flair, but just a lot of meat on the bones, point by point by point. She basically says that she was responsible for the murder of Charles Vallow based on this $1 million life insurance policy. She did talk about the religious sort of zealot aspect to this, saying that Chad was like Nephi. Those who disagreed with her were dark. I'm sorry, that I think she was Nephi, or one of them was Nephi, who killed Laban. I don't, for full disclosure, know the story too well, as you can probably tell. But she says that Lori had said that Charles Vallow was possessed by this evil spirit named Ned, and According to Abby Crossing, who is a big trial watcher, she was clear, succinct, compelling, just the right amount. A- could have gone to A+ with a bit of emotional preview of who Charles was. Look at this. Joe Patuto, should Abby Crossing be a law professor?
She could. She's very good. Her comments are always right on.
Yeah. And Abby goes on right here, right on cue. I cannot believe this is real life. And Lori's about to give an opening statement. Wild. We're about to see that. So everybody buckle in.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. The attorneys are present. The defendant's present. The jury is not present. We ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring in the jury.
While they're coming in, this is interesting. I think Space Ghost, by the way, is putting up some of his spacey space stuff every once in a while. Sarah Reesness, what happens if and when Lori reacts too much to the prosecution? How can that affect the jury? We're seeing that in the Karen Reed, the first Karen Reed trial. I know I'm talking about her again, her eye rolling and all that. But Dr. Hamilton, if Lori Vallow tends to overreact to comments that the government is making, I'm sure the judge will admonish her and put her in her place.
Yes, correct. And one of the downsides for this particular trial is we're not seeing her reactions, which would have been quite valuable. But some people in the comments were wondering about some of the background noise. Was that Lori shuffling papers a lot? And yeah, we just don't know what she was doing back there as she was listening.
Here we go. We're getting ready here. Lori gets one objection, asked for a tissue. This might be a preview. Again, this is on a delay. Everyone who's watching this is on a delay. Everyone is rising for the jury, and we will listen in now. I will do this. Three Tresh.
Present. Please be seated. All right, the defendant can proceed with her opening statement.
Here we go, everyone. Just like I did at Tron in Disney World, I buckled up with my 9-year-old daughter.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have been charged with a crime, a serious crime. And the only question here is, did I commit this crime? Conspiracy. Conspiracy is an agreement between two or more people to commit a crime. Okay. There has to be an agreement. There has to be a plan. The evidence in this case will show that Charles Vallow and I got married in February 2006. It will show that it was my 4th marriage and Charles' 3rd marriage. At that time, we each had 2 children. I had Colby, who was 9, and Tylee, who was 3. Charles had Cole, who was also 9, and Zach, who was 7. The evidence will show that our family moved from Austin, Texas to Chandler, Arizona in 2009. The evidence will show that Charles and I adopted our great-nephew, JJ, who was born in 2012. It will also show that Charles and I were married for over 13 years and were raising 5 children. The evidence will show that I was a licensed cosmetologist and worked as a hairstylist for 20 years while we lived in Austin, Texas. The evidence will show that Charles was a licensed life insurance salesman and worked as an independent contractor, selling life insurance policies and annuities, and owned his own business. The evidence will show that Charles and I purchased life insurance policies early in our marriage, and Charles had them issued to the maximum amount possible to each of us. The evidence will show that Charles was 17 years older than me. and that because of Charles' age and an issue that he had with high blood pressure, the maximum amount of life insurance that could be approved for Charles was $1 million. The maximum amount of life insurance that I could be approved for because of my age and my health was $2 million. The evidence will show that throughout our 13-year marriage, that we always had life insurance policies. When a 10-year policy lapsed, Charles would shop for another company who would approve us for the maximum amount of life insurance. The evidence will show that this was Charles' job. This is what he did. I helped him in this business, and this is what he did. The evidence will show that in 2016, Charles repurchased a new $2 million life insurance policy on me, and he was the sole beneficiary. The evidence will show that Charles and I had a happy marriage for 13 years, that he was, in fact, a baseball player, and that he played high school, college ball, and AAA ball, and that he was, in fact, a left-handed pitcher, a southpaw, they call him, but he was a right-handed batter, as could be attested to by anybody who knew Charles well and his high school baseball coach, Greg Davis. The evidence will show that Tylee was, and in 2014, our family moved from Chandler, Arizona to Kauai, Hawaii. We lived there for 3.5 years and returned to Chandler in 2017. The evidence will show that Tylee was 3 years old when Charles and I got married, and that when she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that together, Charles and Tylee met with this therapist after we moved back to the mainland in 2017. The evidence will show that in April of 2018, Tylee's biological father passed away from a heart attack. And at that time, Charles called Social Security and made an appointment at the Social Security
I'm
office.
object to hearsay.
Sustain.
It will show that we did get Social Security for Tylee for her deceased father until she was 18 years old, and she was 15 years old at the time. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated. The evidence will show that several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019. Charles and Tylee had major increasing arguments, 2 in February of 2019, 1 of March in 2019, which was captured on video, 1 in May of 2019, 1 in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July 2019. The evidence will show that in March of 2019, Charles pulled JJ out of his special school and moved him to Houston, Texas, while we were temporarily separated. Tylee and I then joined Charles and JJ in Texas in April 2019 to reconcile. The evidence will show that JJ was diagnosed with severe autism when he was 3 years old while we lived in Hawaii. The evidence will show that for 2 years, JJ was attending a school in Gilbert, Arizona, a special school for children with autism. It's called Lawrence Life Academy. The evidence will show that in June of 2019, in JJ's best interest, Tylee, JJ, and I moved back to Chandler, Arizona to re-enroll JJ back in Lawrence Life Academy since he had a difficult time with the Houston, Texas schools with no services for his autism. The evidence will show that Charles and I agreed it was in JJ's best interest to be in school where more services were available to him, so Charles and I rented a house here in Chandler. On the day in question, July 11th, 2019, Charles and I were renting 2 houses, one in Houston, Texas, where he mainly resided, and one in Chandler, Arizona, where I resided with our 2 minor children, Tylee and JJ. By this time, our 3 older boys, Colby, Cole, and Zach, were adults and not living at home any longer. The evidence will show that during the months of June and July, that my husband, Charles Vallow, began to send me threatening text messages. These messages were seen by my sister Summer, and that worried her. The evidence will show that Charles insisted on flying into Phoenix on July 10th, as we've heard from the state. The evidence will show that I advised Charles that he could not stay with us at the Chandler house because he could not get along with Tylee, and I did not want them to get into another fight like they had 3 weeks prior. The evidence will show that it was ultimately decided between Charles and I on text messages that he would stay in a hotel because he traveled for business all the time and stayed in hotels all the time, and that I would book it for him since I worked for him and booked all of his travel. The evidence will show that Charles did in fact fly into Phoenix on Wednesday, July 10th, and stayed in the hotel that I booked for him. The evidence will show that Charles paid to fly my brother Adam Cox into Phoenix from Kansas on the same day, Wednesday, July 10th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles planned to come to our Chandler home and pick up JJ and drive him to school on Thursday morning, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will also show you that Lauren's Life Academy opens its gates at 8:25 a.m. in the morning. And the evidence will show that Charles showed up at our Chandler residence around 7:30 in the rental car I booked for him on the morning of Thursday, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles began texting with my brother, Adam Cox, before he entered our residence, and that Charles and Adam were discussing in their text communications that my other brother, Alex Cox, was at the residence. The evidence will show that on the morning of July 11th, that Tylee was asleep in her room and my brother Alex was asleep in the guest room. The evidence will show that when Charles entered the house, only JJ and I were awake and present. The evidence will show that after we put JJ in the rental car, that Charles came back into the residence to receive his phone, leaving JJ in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running. He was 7 years old. The evidence will show that Charles began to scream at me when I refused to hand him his phone. The evidence will show that Charles' screaming woke up Tylee and Alex. The evidence will show that Tylee came out of her room with a bat to protect me, her mother, from her stepfather, Charles Vallow. The evidence will show that Tylee and Charles fought over the bat, and that after a struggle over the bat, Tylee fell onto the ground, and Charles lifted up the bat to hit Tylee with the bat. The evidence will show that Alex then intervened to protect Tylee from being hit with the bat. He did not have a gun. He was not wearing a shirt. He was pulling up his jeans because he just woke up and came into the room where he heard the screaming. The evidence will show that Alex and Charles got into a physical struggle for the bat and fell onto the ground. The evidence will show that Tylee, who was on the ground, was lifted up by me and sent outside to get away from the struggle and to protect JJ, who was still in the running car, in the rental car in the driveway. The evidence will show that after the struggle on the ground between Charles and Alex, that Charles prevailed with the bat and began to come towards me with the bat as I ran away from him into the kitchen. The evidence will show that at some point while I was running away from Charles, who was chasing me with the bat, that Alex apparently retrieved his gun. The evidence will show that I ran outside to the children and that Alex shot Charles in self-defense. The evidence will show that Tylee and I had both run outside without shoes. The evidence will show that JJ was still in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running and struggling to get out of the car. Tylee was trying to keep him in. The evidence will show that Tylee and I got into the rental car with JJ and drove away. The evidence will show you that I drove the children away from the residence towards JJ's school. Did I grab a tissue?
Yes.
evidence will show that I drove the children through the Burger King drive-thru that Charles had promised JJ. The evidence will show that we continued to drive towards JJ's school and that the gate was not yet open at JJ's school. So we drove a block west of the school to a Walgreens where I ran in to purchase flip-flops for Tylee and myself so that we could walk JJ into school on the hot pavement. The evidence will show that Tylee and I returned directly to our residence where we met with police in our driveway. The evidence will show that we were spoken to by the Chandler police officers. And the evidence will show that Tylee and I were told by the Chandler police detectives that Charles had passed away. The evidence will show that we were put into a police van and driven to the Chandler Police Department. The evidence will show that Alex was taken by police in a police car to the Chandler Police Department, and that we were all three separated into interrogation rooms and we were each interviewed. The evidence will show that next, Tylee and I were brought back together into a room at the Chandler Police Department and were introduced to a victim's advocate who was very kind to us. The evidence will show that after speaking to the victim's advocate, that Tylee, Alex, and myself were put back into the police van and driven back to our residence. We were directed by the Chandler detectives to take the rental car and return later to the residence after we picked up JJ from school. The evidence will show that we did as instructed by the Chandler detectives. The evidence will show that we drove to Alex's residence where we attended to the wound on the back of his head. The evidence will show that Alex was then contacted by the Chandler detectives to return to the residence so that Alex could walk them through the events that occurred with the detectives at the residence. The evidence will show that Alex, Tylee, and I did return to the residence as instructed. And the evidence will show that Alex entered into the residence with Detective Moffett, but that Tylee and I were met by Detective Inklin in the front yard. The evidence will show that at the time, Detective Inklin asked Tylee and myself if we had Charles' cell phone. Tylee retrieved Charles' cell phone from the rental car and gave it to Detective Inklin at 3:11 p.m. on July 11th, 2019. And at that time, Charles' phone was placed in the custody of Chandler police detectives. The evidence will show that Detective Inklin asked us if we knew the passcode on Charles' phone, which Tylee proceeded to give to Detective Inklin. The evidence will show that Tylee and I left the residence to pick up JJ from school, while Alex remained at the residence with the detectives. The evidence will show that by the time Tylee, JJ, and I returned to the residence, that all police, EMS, CSI, and detectives were gone from the residence and only Alex remained. The evidence will show that the next day, I contacted Chandler police to inform them that Charles' belongings were still at the hotel. I asked the detective if I should go get them, and I was told that they would take care of it. The evidence will show that I asked the detectives, what should we do next? And they directed us that they would contact us in about 3 weeks after their supervisor passed off their reports and Alex could go to the police station and retrieve his gun. The evidence will show that the last thing I heard from Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged crime. The evidence will show that Chandler Police treated this incident as self-defense.
I'm going to object to that.
The objection sustained. The jury should disregard that last statement.
The evidence will show you that my brother, Alex Cox, passed away on December 12th, 2019, almost exactly 5 months to the day after Charles, my husband, passed away. The evidence will show that Alex passed away from a blood clot in his lung.
Objection again.
I'll sustain the objection. It's not relevant for this matter.
The evidence will show you that I am the only person being charged with this crime.
I would object to the relevance of that.
Sustained.
As the state has mentioned, they're alleging that insurance money was my motive. Social Security was my motive. Spouses having insurance policies is not a crime. Collecting Social Security is not a crime. Self-defense is not a crime. A family tragedy is not a crime. It's a tragedy. Thank you.
All right, the state can call its first witness.
Thank you. If I may go get him.
Right into the witnesses. Joe Patuto, got to unmute yourself. Your thoughts on that 18-minute roughly opening statement where she used the evidence will show about 10 million times.
Well, that was going to be my first comment. Very hard to listen when you have that refrain. She had a lot in there, a lot of details that are not relevant. I doubt that the evidence will show them at trial because I can't imagine how they would get in or any would talk about it. She did cover, not badly, the things she had to cover to show that she wasn't culpable. She's going to be faced with the statement that she gave to the police when she was interviewed, where she wasn't teary-eyed, and she kind of gave the same statement she did today, but I think that interview still will be used effectively against her. And then there were things in there. If Tylee and Charles didn't get along, how did Tylee know the code to the phone? So there are little details like that that I didn't think were particularly relevant, and I think undercut her story that Tylee and Charles didn't get along, which, by the way, if it's self-defense by the brother, I don't know why we're talking about it at all.
Good point. We are waiting for the first witness here. I have a feeling it might be law enforcement. But Dr. Hamilton, you know, she went right to the daughter, Tylee, saying that Charles Vallow was chasing her around with a baseball bat. And a lot of people in the chat were sort of disgusted by that, that she's using her child basically as a pawn in all this for why self-defense was invoked. Your thoughts on her performance?
It was not as unhinged as I had expected.
Yeah.
And much shorter than I expected as well. So decent enough, I think, for a non-lawyer. I'm kind of surprised at relatively how well it was. A lot of things are not explained. For example, why did she keep the cell phone? That to me is still out there. And I think it's very reasonable because even myself, if somebody else took my phone and wouldn't give it back, that would make me so angry. She didn't explain why she didn't call police. But I think the objections that would seem to unnerve her. And so if I imagine the prosecutor, it picks up on that and will interrupt because that then distracts her from her plan. So she had obviously a plan of her opening, and all the objections distracted her, particularly because she doesn't understand them. But that is a way to then divert her, I think.
Yeah.
The very last bit was really pretty good about it not being a crime, it being a tragedy. I thought that was pretty clever, relatively on her part.
Here's the judge.
All right, so you're going to come up right here. My clerk will swear you in right here.
Joe Patuto, what about someone mentioned the tears? You know, she's the attorney, but also the defendant. She cried a little bit during that opening. Is that prejudicial in any way?
Prejudicial? I don't know what the comment means about prejudicial. I don't think it hurts her that she was teary-eyed, except to the extent that she may not be believed, particularly since there's going to be that police interview where she essentially told some of the same story right after the death and was not teary-eyed at all.
Tell the jury your name.
Well, let's see.
My name's Sergeant Irwin Wierzbicki. I work for the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
June will be 10 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I had 10 years in Illinois.
Back on July 11th of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was working as a patrol officer, I believe in beat 18,
And what were your hours?
0600 to 1600,
Is that 6 a.m.?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yes.
Thank you. Were you dispatched to a residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you dispatched for?
It was a shooting.
Were you the first on the scene when you arrived?
I
What
was,
did you
ma'am.
see? Okay. What were you wearing at the time?
I was in full patrol uniform.
Does the Chandler Police Department back then, did they have body worn camera?
They did.
And can you describe where that was and how that works?
I believe back then I wore it on my left shoulder.
Okay. And how does it get activated?
You have to press a button and it'll turn it on.
Does it normally record audio?
Yes.
And did you have that on and did you activate it when you arrived to this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
You're saying it was 1760, so I pulled the printer to get.
I don't know what that was.
What other officers arrived on scene?
Right after I arrived, Officer Krautheim arrived.
Can you describe to us sort of what happened as you get to the scene? How did you guys, you and Officer Krautheim, handle the situation?
When I was getting out of the car, I believe the gentleman that called in was still on the phone, and we advised dispatch to tell him to come out with nothing in his hands except his phone. As he opened up or came out the front door, I started giving him commands as what I wanted him to do.
So you're talking with dispatch. Is that the same as 911?
Yeah, it's the same dispatch center.
So is the person who's talking to the 911 person then just relaying information to you?
Yes.
So you're able to tell that person, tell dispatch to tell the person to come out.
Yes.
Did you and Officer Krautheim have someone come out?
Yes.
Can you describe for us the person's demeanor as they're first exiting?
He was very nonchalant, very compliant with us.
Okay. You said he still had his phone?
Yes.
Do you recall if his other hand was up?
I do not recall.
Do you recall where he came out of from the house?
He came out the front door.
Okay. When he exited the house, what did you guys have him do?
I gave him commands to come towards us and then have a seat on the curb.
Okay. So there's just two of you officers still at this point?
Yes.
What did you do at this point?
I decided to go check for anybody that was injured inside and clear the house, make sure there was nobody else in there.
Okay. What did Officer Krautheim do?
I believe he started speaking to the gentleman that we had come out the house.
So he stayed outside
Yes.
and you went into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talk about clearing the house, can you tell us what that means? What do you do?
We just wanted to make sure that if anyone needed aid rendered to them, we could render aid to them, or if there are any more suspects in the residence, that we could try to apprehend them.
Does that mean that you walked through the entire house?
I believe so, yes.
And all that's when your body cam is on?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first entered that house, can you describe for us what you saw when you walked in that front door?
Yeah, initially when I walked in, it opened up into like a day room or something like that. And just off to the right, I saw somebody laying on the ground, motionless.
Did you notice anything about that room?
It was empty.
So no furniture?
No furniture. Yeah, it was just an empty room.
The person that you saw to the right, male or female?
Male.
And can you describe how you saw him laying on the ground?
Yeah, he was laying on his back, I believe with both of his hands to his side, motionless. And then I went over to him to check his pulse.
Is that standard for police to check the welfare of any potential victims?
Yes.
When you checked the pulse, did you find one?
No.
Did you notice anything else about this victim?
Yeah, I noticed that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest area And there was blood pooling in like his kind of like neck collar area.
Did he appear to still be alive to you?
No.
As part of your job, both with your prior experience in Illinois and your experience here in Arizona, have you seen deceased people before?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think this person was dead?
Yes, ma'am.
If you didn't think he was dead, are police trained to do CPR?
Yes, ma'am. We're all certified to.
Would you have
Yeah.
done that if you believed that would have helped him?
Absolutely.
So even though a person appears deceased to you, is fire still called out to check on them?
Yes.
Why is that?
They go through their own process and procedures, and I believe they usually give the official time of death.
Did you notice anything else in that room where that male was lying?
I can't think of anything right now, no.
Do you recall seeing any projectiles on the ground near the victim?
Objection, leading.
It's a yes or no question.
I believe I did, yes.
When you walked in the house after you saw this male on the ground, did you continue through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that to clear it?
Yes.
And will paramedics or fire come in if you haven't cleared the house yet?
Usually no.
So they want to make sure it's okay as well?
Yes.
After you cleared the house, did you, or as you were clearing the house, did you ever locate any weapons?
Yes, I believe we located a firearm in one of the back bedrooms.
Okay. Did you touch that in any way?
I don't recall.
Okay. After you cleared the house, did fire enter?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did fire do?
They began to try to render aid to the victim.
By the time fire came in, were other officers now on scene?
Yes.
Were you still wearing and recording with your body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the body cam, you told us that it's on your shoulder. Does it always show where you're looking?
No.
So your eyes or your head can be turned to a different direction than what the camera is actually
Yeah,
showing?
if I was turning talking to the judge, my camera would be facing the crowd.
I want to show you a video. And if I can have my paralegal bring that up and have him identify it. And sir, if you can just look at that and let me know if you recognize that as your body cam minus the audio of it.
Yeah, that's my body cam.
Do you recognize that as you in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have previously watched that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit exhibit number 2, I believe. Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Two is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we may publish it.
You may.
So this is the house you're walking up to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're talking to dispatch?
Yes.
And this is the individual that is coming out that you asked dispatch to have come out?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Officer Krautheim in the back?
It is.
Are you announcing
Yes, ma'am.
that standard?
Yes.
That where you checked to see if this male had a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
That the weapon that you told us that you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you letting people know on your radio that you found a weapon?
I believe so, yes.
You told us that other officers were arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we see here happening?
Yes.
And is fire also starting to come in?
I believe they were right behind him, yes.
That you continued to clear the rest of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we see there?
It appears that the fire is rendering aid to the victim, or attempting to.
Were you walking around trying to find identification for the individual on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to ever find an identification for him?
I was not.
So no wallet laying around,
No.
no ID in his pocket?
I didn't check his pockets, but no, I don't think fire found one.
So you're kind of talking with them to let them know who this is as well?
Yes,
Because they're documenting it.
yes.
And is that the individual who came out with the phone from the house?
Yes, ma'am.
One that dispatch and 911 told to come out?
Yes.
When you were interacting with him there, what was his demeanor like?
He was extremely calm.
You told us that you were looking for the wallet for this individual. Did it seem unusual to you that you couldn't find one?
I wouldn't say it was unusual. I didn't know if he lived there or not, so I just kind of looked around to see if there was anything laying around.
Is this you still trying to see if there's anything in the residence that might be related to that individual?
I think I was just giving Officer Cohen a recap of what I already went and looked through.
I've shown defense counsel or defendant exhibits 3 and 4. I have a paralegal send those up to the officer to review as well. Do you recognize those as sort of screenshots of 2 different views during your body cam footage?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibits 3 and 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
3 and 4 admitted.
And if I may publish them. So in this photo, when you were looking at it, were you able to see here's where you are checking to see the pulse of this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this also reflect what you had talked about of the blood pooling that had run towards his neck area?
Yes.
Exhibit 4. Is this sort of when we first see you walk back in and we see fire working on the individual?
Yes.
You told us that when that individual who was on the call with 911 came out, that you observed the phone with him. He was kind of holding it.
Yeah.
Did you ever see any other phone in the house as you were looking around? Anything obvious laying around?
I don't recall. No, I don't believe I did.
No phone on the ground near the deceased male?
Not that I recall. No.
After you had cleared the house, allowed fire to enter, and other officers were arriving, were you tasked with going out to put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It's just tape that keeps the general public out, keeps the media out, so we have a secure scene and it doesn't get tainted by anybody or anything.
So that included both the house and some of the street.
Yes, ma'am.
Did that sort of end your involvement?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
It's Sergeant Wierzbicki, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I like to get that right. Okay. You said that the individual exiting the house was nonchalant. Is that correct?
I don't know if I use those words, but he seemed very calm. Yes.
Very calm.
Yes.
Is that the same thing to you as nonchalant?
I wouldn't use that word, so I would say he looked very calm and unbothered.
But you said nonchalant a minute ago.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. Does everyone act the same in a stressful situation that you've experienced? No? Are you qualified to give someone a psychological evaluation?
No.
No. You put your hand on My husband's neck for checking for a pulse. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you did when you first came in?
Yes.
Did you perform CPR?
No,
No. Why not?
because it was apparent to me that he was deceased.
And that's not your protocol
To what?
to perform CPR until fire comes in?
Not if it's going to make it even worse because they had apparent gunshot wounds to the chest.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if I start pumping on his chest, it's going to start spewing blood out of his chest even at a more rapid pace.
So when the 911 operator was telling my brother to do that, that same thing would happen?
All depends on when the call came into dispatch.
But I'm saying if you're doing CPR on someone with a gunshot wound in the chest, on the chest.
Could, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And you said something else. You said fire gives official time of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that time of death? Do you know?
I do not recall.
And you cleared the house before fire came in. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were looking for some kind of identification?
When
Yes.
I cleared the house,
Yes.
I was looking for other potential victims and or suspects.
Okay. But you were told on the phone that no one else was in the house but Alex. Is that correct?
I don't recall if I was told that or not.
Okay. Do you have any crime scene investigation experience?
Just my 20 years of experience as a police officer.
And you said something about, and this is just for me to understand, you said something about the casings being to the left of him or to the right of him?
I didn't say they were to the left or to the right.
Oh, did you say west or east?
No.
Oh, sorry, that was my interpretation. Can you tell me what the weapon was that you found?
It was a handgun.
Was it a 45?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could you tell what direction the bullet came from?
Based off the way the body was laying, I could assume it came from where his feet were at.
Near the feet?
Mhm.
Did you see the projectile that was in the baseboard?
I don't recall if I saw that or not.
You said he did not appear alive, that you already thought that he was deceased. Is that correct? When you entered into the house?
Yes.
What time was that?
I believe I was dispatched to the call at 8:41. So I mean, if I was going to make a guess on what time I walked into the house, I would say I was probably at the residence within 10 minutes.
So around 8:51 perhaps?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And then when fire took over, is that the normal protocol for fire to take over and do the CPR?
Yes.
And so you didn't do CPR, but they did do the CPR. Is that correct?
Yes.
On top of the gunshot wound.
Yes.
Is that normal protocol?
I don't know what their protocol is.
Okay. I'm just asking because I wouldn't think to do that either. And then you said that you went outside to put up the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So after you cleared the house, you left and went to the front yard?
Yes.
And then you were there for how long at the residence before you left?
I couldn't give you a time.
Did you stay for a while or was that the end of your job there?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago. I have no idea how long I was actually on scene for.
And who is your direct supervisor?
I believe that day was Sergeant Nocella.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Nocella.
Okay. And what contact did you have with Detective Moffat that day?
I don't know if I had any with him on scene.
Okay, what about Detective England, perhaps?
I may have briefly spoke to her while I was on scene.
Okay, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times?
I couldn't tell you a number.
Okay. And then when you have to report to your superior before you left the scene?
He was on scene, I would imagine.
Nocella? Is that
Yes.
what you said? Okay. And then you don't know what time you left, but you arrived at approximately 8:51?
Give or take, yes.
And then did you see me arrive at the scene?
I think as I was leaving, yes.
So approximately around the time that I arrived, you were leaving.
I don't know if I left when you arrived, but I was on my way out of the crime scene as far as I know.
Okay. And then you said something about 2 wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you see the 2 wounds through the shirt?
Just was an observation that I made when I saw him laying on the ground.
So did you see 2 holes in the shirt?
I'm not sure exactly what I saw when I was there, but I could see that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest.
And then I'm sure, well, I won't speak for you. So when they began CPR, they did open his shirt. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
Because when you walked by, his shirt was open.
Objection to question.
Yeah, please ask questions only.
Did you discuss this case with Sergeant Nocella?
I don't believe so. I would imagine he was on scene and he got briefed by the detectives.
He got briefed by the detectives? Is that what you
After the
said?
fact, I would imagine, yes.
Okay. And then have you spoken to the case agent on this case? How many times would you say?
Who's the case agent?
Oh, Detective Duncan. It's my
Detective
understanding.
Duncan?
Mhm.
I mean, I've spoke to him many times in my career.
Regarding this case, how many times do you think you've spoken to Detective Duncan?
I couldn't even put a number on it. I would say very few.
Very few? Like, how many would you guess?
I would say maybe 5 times.
5 times. Thank you. And would that be in-person kind of discussions or?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say they were discussions, probably just in passing.
Okay. So how many times have you emailed with Detective Duncan concerning this case?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
I have no idea.
What about text messages?
No idea.
Phone calls?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
Okay. And your report that you wrote about this, about how long after the incident did you make your report?
I was done by the end of my work shift at 4 o'clock.
And then did you ever make any revisions to that report?
I don't believe so.
So you left the scene approximately sometime in the morning, and by 4 o'clock that day you had written your report. Is that
Yes.
correct? And you've never changed anything on your report?
Not that I recall, ma'am.
And the report is exactly as you left it when did you review it for this testimony today?
Yes.
And it was exactly the same as when you wrote it at 4 PM on July 11th?
I don't know if I wrote it at 4 PM. It was
Or
done
by 4 PM.
but It appears to be yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, redirect.
Sergeant, you were asked about the shooter's demeanor. Were you just telling us what you observed?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I just observed him very calm and collected after just shooting somebody.
And that's both seeing him come out as well as having some interaction with him on the curb?
Yes, ma'am.
When a person is been shot and you check for a pulse and you believe they are deceased, as a police officer, are you supposed to touch the body?
No.
Is the body basically a crime scene?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience, did you believe that the victim was deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
Do fire have EKG, heart monitors, and things that they use to determine if maybe you missed a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talked about giving CPR, if an individual is now a crime scene, would giving CPR to that deceased person change the crime scene?
Yes.
And so as someone who believed the person was deceased, you did not want to modify or change the crime scene?
Correct.
You were asked about the gun. Is the gun part of the crime scene?
Yes.
Were you responsible for processing the crime scene?
No,
Why didn't you go in there and pick it up and start handling it?
because I didn't want to alter where it was laying when he got done using it.
You were asked a lot about when 911 was called, when you were dispatched. This was a few years ago,
Several, yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something called a CAD report that documents when 911 was called, when you were dispatched, when you arrived, and even when you left?
Yes, ma'am.
Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when those events occurred?
Yes.
If I may have my paralegal provide him with a copy of the CAD report.
You want me to?
Starting, does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when the 911 call was received?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It was received at 8:36.
Does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you were dispatched?
It appears it was dispatched at 8:37.
So your memory of saying 8:50 or so was perhaps incorrect.
Yes.
Was looking at the CAD report indicate when you arrived?
8:43.
So again, that was a little earlier than your memory was.
Yes, ma'am.
And does looking at the CAD report help determine or refresh your recollection as to when you left the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It's 5:31 p.m.
As a police officer who is one of the first on scene, do you provide briefing or information to your sergeant or the detectives on scene as to what you saw, observed, and did?
If they ask me directly, yes, somebody will brief them that's on scene.
But you have to provide somebody that information to then provide to the detectives?
Yes.
Why is it done that way?
Because usually a supervisor is going to want to know what's going on and what we did, just so the detectives know exactly what they're walking into.
So for instance, if you had to move the gun, they would want to know that, right?
Yes.
Or if you had moved the body, they would want to know that too, right?
Yes,
And if you had found any evidence, would they want to know that as well?
absolutely.
And so is that what you would have to do that day when you are speaking to sergeant or detectives?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? If so, please write it on the provided form. I'm not seeing any questions come down. You can step down, sir.
I want to know his workout.
You can call its next witness.
Thank you. If I may go get.
Professor Patudo, Joe Patudo, your thoughts on this first witness and Lori's handling of the witness. Well, I have to unmute you there, Joe. Hang on one sec. I think you have to unmute yourself. I can't do it.
Okay.
There
He
we
was
go.
very professional, very matter of fact. He answered the questions as he knew them. I thought he was a very good witness for the state. She asked questions. I mean, I don't know why you need to know how many times somebody talked to his supervisor. She had a host of questions in there that I can't imagine what she's going to do with them. She did hit one, which was the gunshot wound in the CPR when the officer said that he wouldn't have done it because the blood would gush, and then she tied that to the fact that her brother had an attempted CPR. It's probably not the strongest point in the world, and the prosecutor got up there and muted it, but nonetheless, it was a pretty good, I think, point that she made. But as far as I was concerned, it was the only one in that cross.
Dr. Hamilton, what do you think of that? I don't know if you said nonchalant, but she thought he had said nonchalant, and then she tried to get him to say nonchalant, and he wouldn't say it. But,
So please introduce yourself to the jury.
Oh, hold on.
I'm
Here's
Robert
the next
Krautheim.
witness.
And where do you currently work?
We will
I
listen.
currently work
in.
at the Sandra Day O'Connor Federal Courthouse
Back in 2019, where were you working?
as a Chandler police officer in Chandler, Arizona.
How long did you work for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
When did you retire?
About 3 years ago, February.
When you were working there in July of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was a patrol officer. I was responding to calls for service.
Okay. And do you recall what your shift was at that time?
It was a day shift. I think I start my shift at 6 and end at 4.
Were you working patrol for Chandler Police Department on July 11th of 2019 at about 8:36 a.m.?
I was.
Were you dispatched to 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes.
What were you dispatched for?
A shooting that had just occurred.
Based upon the information that was, well, let me ask you this. When you are arriving to a scene, do you get information relayed to you about this call?
I do.
Why is that?
The call taker is asking the person on the phone what's going on, where it is, who's there, just basic information. And then dispatch relays that information to me as I'm driving to the call for service.
Is that so you have a better idea about what you're walking into?
Yes, it's on a computer, but verbally, the stuff that's really pertinent before I arrive is just verbally done over the air.
So when you were arriving on the scene, did you think this shooting had just occurred?
I did.
When you got to this 5531 South Four Peaks, were there any other officers on scene yet?
Yeah, Officer Wiz was there.
Is that Officer Wierzbicki?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
What were you wearing?
Patrol outfit, basically a patrol uniform, police uniform, body worn camera.
And back then, where was your body worn camera?
At the time, it was a lipstick camera, so part of it was here, but the camera is actually on my right shoulder.
Okay. And was that on and recording as you sort of arrived on scene and while you were present there?
Yeah, I started recording while I was driving there.
Okay. When you arrived, did you know whether or not the 911 caller was still on the phone?
Yeah, she was still on the phone.
And when you are talking with dispatch, did you arrange to have this person come out, or did Officer Wierzbicki do that?
Yes, dispatch advised him to come out of the home without anything and hands up in the air. That's kind of standard.
And did he comply with that?
He did.
What exit did he come out of?
At the front door.
Okay. Can you describe sort of his appearance and demeanor as you observed him coming out of the house?
His clothes were clean. He was calm, not emotional at all. Different than what I would have anticipated.
When he first exited, did you notice any injuries to him?
He was holding, it was a white rag at the time. It was just kind of red and white. He was holding on the back of his head
When he first exited or later?
as he's coming out of the house.
Did you notice any difficulty walking or talking when you first had contact with him?
No,
Any difficulty sitting or standing?
no,
Did you learn the name of this person?
I did.
What was his name?
Alex Cox.
Did you observe him sweating at all when he first came out?
No,
Any type of jitters?
no,
Any uneven or broken voice as he's talking to you?
no,
At some point, did you notice an injury to him?
I did.
And where was it?
On the back of his head, towards his right side.
And what did you see?
I articulated my written report as about an inch laceration, a small like knot, and it was bleeding a little bit.
This is all from the pool cam. No idea what's happening. Sounds like one of those printers from 1997.
If we can fix that.
Or there's an earthquake. The officer looks like the officer. No idea what that was. He doesn't either.
Alex Cox patting or rubbing the back of his head with some sort of rag or paper towel.
Yes,
Without going into what was said, did you talk with him?
I did.
Did you offer him medical treatment?
I did.
Did he ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
Was there anything about his talking with you or actions that made you concerned that you thought you should override that?
Yes.
Let me make sure you understood. Was there anything about what you observed with Alex Cox talking or his ability to move that made you think you should override his decision to not get treatment and you thought, oh, he better get treatment. He's so bad off.
Oh, zero, none.
At some point while you were talking with Alex Cox, did you see a female and a teenager show up at the scene?
I did.
And did you eventually go speak with those two?
I did.
Where did you speak with them?
Just on the other side of the street. They had parked right across from the house.
Did you speak with the adult female?
I did.
Did you ask for a driver's license to identify her?
I did.
And who was that person?
Lori Vallow.
Do you see Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she is wearing for the record?
She's at the defense table wearing a white shirt underneath looks like a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Shall.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you know that the deceased person in the house was her husband?
I did.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you ask her whether or not the individual inside her husband lived there?
I did not ask her that.
Can you describe for us Lori Vallow's demeanor as you were interacting with her?
Calm, nonchalant, just kind of a matter of fact, just talking to me as I'm talking to you now.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, can you tell us approximately how many police cars were parked around there?
Well, I don't know either myself. I know there was at least mine and Officer Wiz's. There's a fire truck there. I think there was an ambulance there, and I think there may have been another police car. I can't remember, but there was a lot of emergency vehicles just near the home itself.
And was her brother Alex Cox sitting sort of in view of her?
Literally across the street, like The desk of the prosecutor would be her car. This is the street, and I had Alex seated right on the sidewalk.
When she first arrived, did she actually walk up to where you were with Alex Cox?
Yes, she did.
And you asked her to go back to the other side of the street?
I did.
Um, Did she ever ask you how her brother was doing?
No,
Did she ever ask you if her brother needed medical attention from being hit by a bat?
no,
Did she ever ask you why there were so many police cars around the neighborhood?
no,
Did she ask you why there was a fire truck parked in front of her house?
no,
So other than gathering basic information, did you really talk to her about anything else?
no.
And were you wearing that body worn camera footage or camera when you had contact with her?
I did.
After you talked with Lori Vallow, did you go back and stand near Alex Cox again?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal go up and show him exhibit number 1. Do you recognize exhibit number 1?
I do.
Is that a copy of your body cam footage from July 11th of 2019?
It is.
Is it missing the audio other than during your interaction with Lori Vallow?
Correct. Yes,
And did you initially identify that previously as your body cam?
I did.
State will move to admit exhibit number 1.
Any objection to exhibit number 1? Any
No
objection to
No objection.
exhibit 1's admitted?
And if we could publish it.
Go ahead.
So is this you responding to the scene?
Correct.
And was your camera flipped upside down initially?
Well, the camera wasn't, the orientation of the software was.
So that's why we see the axon and stuff in the bottom corner upside down.
That is correct.
So this was a gated community?
It was.
As you're driving, did you go by the fire truck here?
I did.
And is it standard for fire to stage a little ways away from the scene when it's a shooting?
Yes.
Why is that?
So they could respond quickly.
Do they want you to clear the residence first before they show up?
Yeah, it needs to be safe for the firemen. We had to make sure there's no one else in the house that was armed or in the area.
And as you're arriving, is the person, the shooter, still inside the house?
I can't recollect. I think he was at the door right now or just coming out to the door.
Why did you pull your weapon?
I was just told somebody killed somebody. So yeah, for my safety, I wanted to make sure I rendered him safe before I put my gun away. It was a threat to me.
So when he came out, he had both his hands up in the air.
Mhm.
So at that point, nothing touching his head yet, no.
Correct.
Now, did you stay out with him while Officer Wierzbicki went inside?
I did.
while you're talking with him during this whole time, at this point, he still hasn't brought anything out to try to place on his injury.
Correct.
When he came out, did he already have those sunglasses on the top of his head?
He did.
Why did you have him move over here?
I actually physically couldn't hear him. Fire trucks are incredibly loud, so I had to move away.
So fire had already pulled up to now go inside the residence.
Correct.
And can you kind of see them in the corner going in?
Yes.
Did you learn whose truck that was in the driveway?
I don't recollect right now whose truck it is. I think it's his, but I'm not sure.
And who is that other officer there?
That's Officer Wierzbicki. Sorry, I've been calling him Wiz since I've known him.
Shorter. Were you initially trying to control the scene yourself, sort of helping to tell people where to go and what to do?
Oh, absolutely. My head's on kind of a swivel. I'm always kind of looking around like people just walk up to you and asking what's going on. And got to make sure no one's going to walk up to the house. So you just try to keep it as pristine as you can.
So we see him putting his head now, or his hand on the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated there's a fire truck there. You asked him if he wanted any medical attention,
I did.
and he declined it.
He refused.
Who are those?
That's Lori Vallow and her daughter.
So when you said across the street, we just saw a red SUV. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
So at this point, did you know the name of the individual inside the residence?
Yes.
And who was that?
Charles Vallow.
And did you at this point understand who that woman was that walked up?
Yes,
And who did you believe she was?
his wife.
Normally when someone is shot and killed, is there a team of detectives and crime scene specialists who will come out to handle the case?
Yes,
And are you, as patrol officer, sort of stuck with taking care of it until they arrive?
yeah, we deal with the burning, bleeding, and blowing up stuff. Anything that takes time and a lot more in-depth stuff, that's what the detectives do.
And then what do we see here that just came up?
Looks like an ambulance.
You told us that you understood when you were arriving that this shooting had just happened. Do you recall at this point when the 911 call came in?
No, I don't remember specifics on the time. I think at 8:39 I was dispatched to it. I would imagine the call for service came in a minute or two before that.
And approximately, do you recall how long it took you to get to the scene?
Probably 4 or 5 minutes.
We see more people walking up. Are you trying to stop the contamination of the scene by having more people walk in there?
Yes, I told the firemen kind of what was maybe in the house, and Officer Wiz was already in the house, and so we were just trying to control how many firemen went into the house.
So when you're the first on scene, are you trying to have the least number of people go in there as possible?
Yes,
Are you trying to not touch anything that's not necessary to be touched?
correct, yes.
Obviously, if fire is going to work on a person, they're going to have to contaminate it somewhat.
Yes.
Is that when we sort of see fire now leaving?
I couldn't, just from recollection, I couldn't answer that.
We see something in Officer Wierzbicki's hand. Is that the crime scene tape?
Yes. We do a inner and then an outer perimeter.
Is it normal for a patrol officer to have to stay with the individual who is the shooter, ensure that no one else is contacting them?
Yes,
So you don't want any of the neighbors walking up to them?
correct. At this moment, I'm still basically fact finding. I'm just trying to figure out what happened, when it happened, who was involved, kind of thing. And yeah, I try to keep them separate.
At some point, do sergeants and others start arriving on scene?
Yes, that's my Sergeant Nacella.
When you have a scene like this where detectives are going to be called out, do all the different patrol officers provide their information that could be relevant to one person who can then brief the detectives?
Yes, I briefed my supervisor to let him know from my point of view what I know and what I was told. And then at some point, I think he would disseminate that to the detectives.
So is this you kind of telling him at this point what you've learned?
Yes,
And can we also see what the body camera looks like on the shoulder there?
yes, he has the same type.
What made you decide that you needed to go over and talk to Lori Vallow?
Again, it's fact finding, really. It's who are you? And when I say who, I always like to identify them by their Arizona driver's license, because although my name is Robert, I go by Rob. So I don't want to assume her name is just Lori. It could be something specifically or longer. So I usually ask people for identification.
And that's so you can put that into your report appropriately.
Correct.
So we saw the ambulance leave. That means they didn't transport him.
Correct.
Did you learn that you actually couldn't cordon off this area the way you had initially thought because there was only one way out?
That is correct. We initially, as you can see, cordoned off part of the road so anybody couldn't just drive up to us. We later learned that's the only way that part of the neighborhood could actually exit the neighborhood. So we had to change the tape a little bit.
And then we see fire leave here as well. So now it's just police basically at the scene.
Police and I think a crime scene technician.
And are you still the only person responsible for making sure that no one is talking with Alex Cox?
I am.
Okay.
Is this where you go over to speak with Ms. Vallow?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
You could turn up the volume.
Let me just do you have a driver's license? Thank you. RI. What does your middle initial stand for? Noreen. N-O. V-A-L-L. What's a phone number for you, Lori? 755? 5452. You live here though, not in Santan. This is your home. Right. Gotcha. Right. Okay. Gotcha. How long have you guys lived here? How long have you lived here? Like 3 weeks. Oh, geez. Yeah. Okay. That's why the neighbors took the last. Gotcha. Like, hi neighbor, sorry. Are you working at all? No. Okay. And you still about 5'6"? 120.
Did you also get biographical information?
I did.
Was that Tylee Ryan?
It was.
Let me stop it now. After you had talked with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, did you go brief some of the detectives about what you had learned?
I did.
Did you tell the detectives that Lori Vallow did not know that her husband Charles was dead?
I told them that I did not advise her of such.
Did you believe that she did not know that her husband was dead?
I did.
Why did you believe that?
Well, I was under the understanding that this just happened. She just arrived back on scene, and I did not advise her of what happened in the house.
When you spoke with Alex Cox, did he provide additional information that made you believe that she was not present when the shooting happened?
Yes.
After you advised the detectives of this, did you then return and remain with Alex Cox for a significant additional period of time?
Yes.
Were you eventually asked to transport him to the police station?
I was.
Can you describe his demeanor during the transport?
Calm. Didn't ask. We just talked about things not related to this at all. Just a conversation between like me and you, just normal, average tone, calm.
And did you stay with him at the police station until a detective arrived?
Yes,
Did that end your involvement in this case?
it did.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Can you pronounce your last name for me? I don't want to get it wrong.
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, Officer Krautheim.
At the
correct?
time, yes.
At the time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. You mentioned about Alex being calm when he exited the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then he's also, you were advised that he had told the 911 operator that he composed himself and then called 911. Is that correct?
I don't remember the compose himself, but I think he did.
But you stated in your report that Alex was very calm throughout the entire time talking with him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the scene itself, was it chaotic?
No.
Were people running around screaming?
No.
Were people running in and out of the front door?
No.
So were the officers calm?
It was just me and another officer.
Were you calm?
Yes,
Was the other officer calm?
he was.
Were the detectives calm?
They were.
Was the fire department calm?
I didn't interact with him very much. I couldn't answer that.
Your friend, the Wiz, was calm?
Yes, the other officer, yes.
So when I arrived at the scene, things were pretty calm.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, yes, you were calm.
No, I'm saying when I arrived at the scene itself was calm environment.
It was.
Okay. So if I would have been hysterical, that would have been more out of character than if I was calm when everybody else was being calm.
Isn't that
Objection,
correct?
Speculation.
Sustain.
So you said that Alex was calm and was holding a towel in his right hand and holding it up to the back of his head. Is that correct?
He did.
And you said, oh, sorry, it's in my other note. Just now that his head had a 1-inch laceration. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's like a cut down his head. 1
It
inch?
is.
Okay. And you said a small knot.
I did.
Is that correct? Okay. And so, and that it was bleeding a little. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so a small knot is what you declared it, but would you not call it a goose egg?
tomato, tomato.
Okay. Did Alex ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
How many times did you ask him if he needed medical treatment?
I think 3 times.
Okay. And there was EMS right there next to you?
Yes,
So an EMS person could have just come over and checked the back of his head pretty easily, yeah?
yes,
Yes. But no one asked anybody to do that. Correct?
correct.
Okay. And he didn't seem disoriented to you at all?
No,
So you didn't think he needed any kind of medical attention at the time?
no,
And he didn't ask for any at the time?
correct. He did not.
And you didn't supply any at the time?
Correct.
Okay. But EMT was right there next to you?
Yes.
Okay. That's another thing that you said, calm and nonchalant. Is that correct? You
Yes.
stated that Alex was nonchalant. What is your definition of nonchalant?
Kind of like how I am now. I don't have a lot of emotion. I'm not afraid. Just nonchalant.
Is that your typical demeanor?
I guess it depends on the situation and the circumstance.
I mean, this can be a stressful situation, right? So it's your demeanor right now.
It is.
Testifying in court can be a stressful situation.
I guess it can be.
So if that was Alex's normal demeanor, then it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant.
Objection, speculation.
I'll allow it. I'll allow the answer. He doesn't know the demeanor, but you can answer.
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so if Alex's normal demeanor was like your normal demeanor, and even in a stressful situation, if he was nonchalant, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant again, because that's his normal demeanor. Correct?
Objection to compound question.
I'll sustain that objection.
You mentioned that I had parked across the street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did I have to park across the street?
I don't know.
So we saw on the body cam, right, that there was a huge fire truck, correct?
Yes.
There was police cars, correct?
Yes.
There was a CSI van, correct?
She was parked somewhere. I don't know where.
Next to the house, kind of, I guess, south of the house. So there was nowhere to park except for across the street. Is that correct?
No,
That's not correct?
that is not correct.
Where else could I have parked?
Well, the street's long. You could have parked anywhere along the street. You could have parked on the other street. That's where I parked. Or you could park on the other side of the street, south of the home, where there was plenty of parking. So there was other options to park.
But I parked as close as I could to the scene so that I could come talk to you. Is that correct?
Speculation, testifying.
Sustain.
So we can agree that there are lots of police vehicles blocking the house. Is that correct?
Emergency vehicles.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, emergency, police, fire, CSI, all were there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But even though all of those things are there, the scene was not chaotic. Is that correct?
Correct.
It was a very calm scene that day.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you know how hot it was that day?
No, but it was hot.
It was hot. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. What was the extent of your duties that day? I know that you had arrived on the scene. You said dispatched was about 8:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it took you about 4 to 5 minutes to arrive.
Yes.
And then you were the first on the scene.
No.
No. Who was the first on the scene? Do you know?
Wiz was.
Oh, that's correct. And then who arrived? How long after he arrived did you arrive? Do you know?
Oh, I was like seconds,
Okay.
maybe 10, 15 seconds.
And then you were right there when Alex came out of the house,
I was.
and you were with him basically that whole time till he
Yes.
got into the police car?
Yes,
And then did you drive him to the station?
I did.
So you were in the car with him the whole time?
Yes.
So you really never didn't have eyes on Alex from the time he came out of the house till the time he got to the police station?
Correct.
Okay. And did you have a conversation on the way to the police station?
I did.
You did. And that's the second body cam we didn't watch, is that correct? That has your name on it?
Yeah, there's another body worn camera we haven't seen.
Right, from the police car, I'm saying.
Yes, me driving.
You driving, but it comes from the car, not from the shoulder body cam, is that correct?
No, it comes from my body
Oh, it was
worn
still
camera.
on your shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, did you have a conversation with Alex on the way to the police station?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
And did he
Hold on.
express?
Hold on. When
Sorry.
there's an objection.
I'm sorry.
Wait for the ruling. I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand nonetheless. Go ahead. Next question.
Did he express to you that he kind of felt out of it
And
because he hit?
hearsay?
Sustain.
When did you make your report about the incident on July 11th, 2019?
I think what was the end of my workday that day, but I stopped and started it numerous times throughout the day.
So did you finish it that day or it still took a few days?
No, I finished at the end of my shift,
By the end of your shift, which was what time that day?
4 o'clock.
Okay. And did you make any revisions to that later on?
No,
So this is the only report that you made in regards to the day of July 11th, 2019?
it is.
You stated that there was red liquid on the rag towel that appeared to be blood. Did you think it was something other than blood?
Well, I had no way to test it, so I have to articulate it that way.
So he was bleeding from the back of the head
He was.
on the right-hand side.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And then was it you on the body cam who briefed the detectives, Detective Moffett and Detective Inklin in the front yard?
Yes, I made contact with him. Yes.
And then you had told them basically what Alex had conveyed to you, what happened?
Yes.
And then what do they do with that information? Do they just put it into a report?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Okay. So your report goes to who after you're finished with it?
I sent it to my supervisor.
And who was that at the time? Do you remember?
That was Bill Nacella.
Oh, the same one?
Sergeant,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And then did you speak to the case agent on this case regarding this incident on July 11th?
I did at the time. That's when I walked up to the to them at the front door area.
Okay. And was Detective Moffat the case agent at that time?
Yes,
Okay. And now it's Detective Duncan, as far as you know?
as far as I know. I don't know for sure, but that's what I've been told.
Okay. And how long do you think that you were at the residence? What was the whole time before you guys left to go to the police station? Do you remember? Do you recall?
No, I do not. It would be in my CAD history on when I transported him from the home to the PD. So I'd have to look at that, and I don't know. 40 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes, something like that.
Now, someone on the video, and I don't remember who it was, but put a phone into a evidence bag. Was that you?
I don't recollect that.
Okay. And then got into the car. Did someone ride with you to the police station from the residence? Just you and Alex were in the car?
Yes,
No other officers?
correct.
But before you got into the car, an officer came over and took his phone and put it in an evidence bag?
You're asking me for recollection. I don't remember that. It's probable because we usually try to bring their property to the area where we're going to. So it's probable.
I just didn't see it in your report, but I saw it on the body cam, so I wondered if you knew. Okay.
I'm going to object to the defendant testifying.
All right. Please only ask questions.
Sure.
When you make statements about what you saw or heard, that's testimony.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So it says in your report that you were asked by Detective Moffat to transport Alex to the police station, not handcuffed. Is that correct?
Yes,
And to the downstairs interview room. I'm assuming that's at Chandler Police Department,
it is.
correct? Okay. And it was just the two of you in the car on the ride there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then when you arrived at the police station, what happened next?
Walked him up to the room, had him sit down, or I think brought him some water, I think. And the detective was literally behind me. It wasn't very long before he walked into the room.
So then Detective Moffat took over and you were excused?
Yes,
Okay. And then was that the extent of your duty
it was.
at that time? And did you leave the police station after that?
Yes.
Did you stay and observe the interview?
No.
So Detective Moffat took over for you and you departed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You said when you spoke to Alex that he was cooperative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it possible he could have been in shock?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
From your observation, how long did the cut on Alex's head bleed? I mean, you were with him for that 40 minutes, and how long do you think it was bleeding?
Well, I couldn't answer that because I wasn't standing in the back of his head when I first made contact with him. So to be honest with you, I don't know when it started. So I don't have the minutes.
Did it appear to be bleeding when he exited the house or no?
I didn't look at the back of his head right away when he exited the house.
When was the first time that you looked at it? About how long after he exited?
I can't answer time-wise, but it was during the time I had him seated at the sidewalk when I was talking to him.
Okay. Before he moved over or after?
Oh, after he moved over.
Okay. Did you ever enter into the house?
No.
You were just there in the front yard
Yes.
the whole time? Okay. When you talked to the two detectives in the front yard and gave them your synopsis of what had happened, you said they got into a domestic fight consisted.
Objection.
Sorry,
I'm going to sustain the objection.
what was the legal objection?
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Oh, I was just reading his report. Okay.
Then objection, no question.
Please ask your next question.
You said in your report that at one point Alex's niece grabbed the bat.
Objection.
Hold on.
Hearsay.
That's
Improper
hearsay.
question.
Okay, you can't ask hearsay. Please ask your next question.
This judge is going to yell at his mother for making him go to law school. Let's scream at her tonight.
Did Alex tell you that he got hit in the head with the bat?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay prior ruling.
Yeah, it's sustained. You can't ask questions of what Alex said.
So you observed that he had this bump on his head, but you didn't know how he got it. Is that correct?
No. That's not correct.
You did know how he got it. Is that correct?
I was told how he got it, which is different than me knowing how he got it, if that makes any sense.
Correct. You did not witness it, is what you're saying.
Correct.
This is like
But you
Survivor.
knew that he had an injury to the back of his head on the right side.
There's one person watching this at the end of this trial. They get $1 million. That was a joke, just for legal purposes. I need to make that clear.
And how did you obtain that information?
Your Honor.
You can't answer if it calls for hearsay.
Did you observe the next door neighbor come out in her nightgown to speak to me?
I did.
And then there was another neighbor on the other side that came out that you told him to go back into his house? Is that
I don't know if he was a
correct?
neighbor, but it was just some guy. Yeah. I assumed he was a neighbor.
Right. So they had blocked off the street so the neighbors couldn't really exit the neighborhood. They couldn't go to school or work, or it's kind of an issue there.
Not really. I mean, when one car told us the layout of the neighborhood, then we realized that was the only person that wanted to exit. They told us they couldn't exit, so we just fixed it so anyone else could leave.
Right. But they were trying to come up to me to find out what was happening.
Objection,
Okay.
speculation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's take our afternoon break for the staff and the jurors. We're going to take a 15-minute stretch restroom break. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
This West Coast thing is, there's going to be a break now. Wow. 15 minutes. What time is it there? It is 4 o'clock. We'll get back to this in a minute. Joe Patuto, it's like, 9 in the morning the next day there where you are. You need to go to bed. But what are your thoughts on the this last part, obviously, I'm getting loopy here. She's now crossing this guy, Officer Krautheim, one of the two officers that responded, and she was going in this whole thing about were you calm? Was the other officer calm? Was this person calm? Was I calm? Was everyone calm? And now, just now, a flurry of objections about the defendant giving testimony while crossing a witness, which you don't hear every day. So what do we do about that? Besides go to sleep.
I don't know. I don't know how many ways you can spell pointless. It's just, I mean, it would be, her giving testimony would be a problem if anything she asked was relevant to her defense. But I mean, this is really excruciating because I can't, if she's got a method to this, except to prove that she read the police reports, I don't know what the method is. If you asked her what she intended to get out of each of these witnesses, I can't imagine what her answer would be.
Vonda K has a question for you, and that is, did she ask a single relevant question? I mean, I'm not sure what her circular thinking was, but what do you think, Joe?
Well, you know, she asked a couple of questions about her brother's, you know, the head injury. Let me see if she asked anything. But even that, I mean, she may have asked 5 relevant questions in this whole thing. I don't know that I would. I mean, I wasn't counting. If I listen to her anymore, I'm going to start counting whether I hear one that relates to something. I think the only thing she's showing is she read the police reports, which, I mean, that doesn't move her defense at all. So.
Dr. Hamilton, your thoughts up to this point? We've seen, by the way, opening statements today, and now the first 2 witnesses who are the 2 responding police officers. But Dr. Hamilton, what do you think of this performance? It hit a bump or several bumps in the road toward the very end here.
Yeah, but I think she thinks she's got some gotcha moments. That's like in her head, she's building up and she thinks she's going to blow it all out of the water, and it just isn't happening quite yet. I do see, some points don't seem to be overly relevant, but I do think that she's trying to set up for why she and Tylee appear and aren't overly emotional. So she's trying to set up the whole thing about everybody being calm. The problem with that is that she's asking the wrong person. So for a police officer at the scene where there's a bunch of police cars and there's other emergency vehicles, that's not chaotic to them. But anybody who is not an emergency vehicle or emergency responder showing up and there's a lot of those cars, they're going to think something is happening and be a little bit freaked out. So to me, that doesn't land. But if I can go a slightly different direction in terms of some of the questions a lot of people validly have is, why did the police department just accept the self-defense? What it was bizarre to me watching both those officers, and I do realize that we're only seeing a part of it. Even a body cam only doesn't get the whole picture. So I don't want to necessarily say that they handle it incorrectly. But what I was astonished about as a former police officer is how they treated the scene, and they did not treat him as a suspect. They're even officer safety, I would give them an F. I mean, it was amazing to me that they hear that somebody, so he calls 911, says, I just shot my brother-in-law. So they've got a homicide and they don't treat it as a homicide. The fact that they did not pat him down immediately, being Alex as he comes out, that he was not sitting there in handcuffs the whole time, that he could have run off. That's bizarre to me that I cannot explain for any of that. But it seems to suggest that for whatever reason, they were buying his story from the 911 call, which I don't get.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Oh, and they didn't Mirandize him. I mean, that is he admits to a homicide and they don't Mirandize him sitting there. So even though he's not in the station, he was not free to leave. If Alex had tried to get up and walk down the street, he would have been stopped. So even Miranda should have been given at that point. Anyway, so that was distracting me about was shaking my head saying, what do you, I don't understand their interaction with them. Anyway, but going back to the case, Lori thinks she's doing a wonderful job. I can see a little bit of her line of thought. because it's going to be, some things are going to be difficult to explain to the jury. For example, why she's laughing with the police officer. She's not saying what's happening here. Tylee just looks uncomfortable. So what she had said in the opening was setting up that Tylee had just had a fight with her stepfather. Well, none of them seem to, that's not showing. So she's going to have to try to explain that later on. And in terms of the jury, is she's not coming across to them, I imagine, as this sweet young lady. Is she's demanding. And so they're going to be, starting to question. But
Yeah.
interesting,
I mean,
not as bizarre as I thought, but
yeah, I mean, these points that Dr. Hamilton raises are really good ones. Joe Patuto, I mean, you see the comments here. Chandler PD failed. Why didn't they handcuff the guy? The police walked away from him multiple times. And yeah, they never treated this as a crime. I mean, I guess Lori could be, getting points for all of these, points. What do you make of that? That it was super nonchalant. That's the phrase of the day. What do you make of this, Joe Patuto, that Chandler PD was kind of lax in terms of setting up a crime scene? And, they talked about the police tape, but yeah, I mean, it sounds like they were pretty low key about a guy who was just shot and killed.
Yeah, I don't have an explanation for it either. And she said at one point that I think that they had told her she'd be able to get back into the house, which is really bizarre that you'd let anybody back in while you're still investigating. And they had, I mean, they had the different units out looking at the scene. So it isn't as though they accepted the fact it was an accident. They were pretty inconsistent about this. I also thought it was incredible that when they drove Alex to the police station, it was just the officer and Alex in the car, which seems to me to be extraordinary.
not handcuffed.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a question about trial proceedings. Is it normal to take a break in the middle of questioning Joe Patuto? Not that I'm complaining. I'm thankful. She says.
Typically, you try to let the whether it's the state or the defense finish, but sometimes you've got questioning that will go on for a witness for days, so you have to take breaks, whether it's lunch or something else. I think the judge just thought he needed to get off the stand and put some ice on his head.
I do too. I mean, what do you think, Joe Patuto? Is this going to go 4 or 5 weeks? I can't imagine.
Well, unless they get her. I mean, the problem is she's not being obstreperous. She's not willfully ignoring the judge's instructions. She's just asking purposeless questions. And the prosecution towards the end started objecting more. But there's a point at which she's pro se. They're going to let her have some leeway in the questions. So I would get her, though. I mean, she asked something 4 or 5 times. I would at least not let her do that. I mean, twice would be enough. And that might cut it a little. And she can't, if you watch her, she cannot follow up. If she doesn't get the answer that she thinks she's going to get, she's just lost as to how to pursue it and get the answer.
Yeah,
so this is really very painful.
I mean, it goes to show that it's not quite as easy as it looks to be a lawyer. I'll tell you that, because she's struggling through it. Although she's she is doing better than I think I thought she would do. Lori has nowhere else to be. That's a good point, and that's a big problem for all of us.
And that's true. And I said earlier today that I really wondered why Arizona was following up and doing this prosecution, since she's got 3 lives without parole already. What it's giving her is the opportunity to be the star in her own trial. I mean, it's actually in some ways a gift to her. She's not sitting in prison. She gets to get up and do an act in front of cameras and people in the courtroom, and to that extent, I think Melissa said earlier that she's enjoying it. I really do think however uncomfortable she is when she can't get a question out, I do think she's enjoying it.
From Bree, who's always in the chat, shout out to Bree. Dr. Hamilton, I think we should give her more grace as a pro se defendant. Do you agree with this?
I'm not quite sure what grace means there, but I do think she's doing better than we expected. Somebody who doesn't have a law degree, she's missing a lot of things. I don't think she understands what hearsay means, but most people, most of my law students don't, even after, yeah. That's why we quiz for evidence. We quiz them a lot on hearsay and double hearsay because it is very confusing. Yeah. So doing, yeah, as we've said, better than can be expected, but making a lot of the mistakes that could be anticipated as well. The judge is still trying to give her a little bit more leeway, certainly a ton more than if it was a lawyer, but he's also getting a little bit, appears to be a little bit frustrated by her continuing to do the same things that are being objected to. For example, her testifying herself, trying to do hearsay, but again, that's because I don't think she understands fully what hearsay is. So, and by the way, so what's been happening here is that this is, a lot of the basics. The prosecution has to show some of the basics. It's not exciting work, but they need to show there was a homicide here. There was a dead body. So this is all necessary groundwork for additional things. So very typical to start out with the scene itself and the police officers, even though there's not going to be a lot of bombshells.
And I will say, to say she's doing better than we expected, I think that's true, but it's in a very narrow world because she's not getting out much relevant information that might help her. She's asking a lot of questions, but they seem not to go anywhere. I mean, it would be wonderful if someone could ask her, what is your goal with regard to each of these witnesses? What do you think you need to get out of them and why? Because I don't think she's got an answer.
Looks like we're back from the break. What about a future appeal on ineffective assistance of counsel?
She chose to be pro se, so she doesn't get to do that.
Okay. Trying to figure out the math here. So court ends 7 minutes ago, but this is on a 30-minute delay. So if my math is right, got about 23 more minutes of court ahead of us. So there was a 15-minute break. Not sure exactly what's happening in terms of the time frame, but they are going to come back from the break in just a few minutes, and then Lori is going to continue her questioning.
Yeah, in terms of our being bemused by her line of questioning, is what I'm just reminding myself is she thinks at a different plane than I do and most people do. So she believes that she's got this higher goal and that she has a strategy that we just don't understand, because there's a lot of her thinking that is beyond the norm of typical people.
Yeah. From McRamble on, why doesn't someone make her put an exhibit up and ask questions about it? I mean, it's kind of an interesting question. Like, Joe, I mean, how much can you sort of massage? Yeah, I need to double check my math. How much can you massage her, the defense that she puts on?
Massage meaning what?
Like, how much can these other attorneys sort of control the direction she's going, and
well, she's pro se, and they're only there to assist her. They cannot direct her because she's got a Sixth Amendment right to go pro se, and as long as she's not exhibiting to the judge complete incompetence, they can't make her. They can give her suggestions, but it's up to her whether she follows them or not. And the judge is not able to assist her because she's pro se, and he's not supposed to be neutral. So he can't help her put on her defense. Obviously, the state isn't going to help her put on her defense. So we're left with her.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I think the prosecutor is getting the drift that if they object enough, it is rattling her a bit.
Yeah.
But at the same time, she is prepared. She is not winging this. We might not like this.
She's proved is she's read all the police reports.
So
and
do you?
Sometimes
I mean,
she's asking a question off the police report rather than what the officer on the stand actually said.
Yeah. So, I mean, Dr. Hamilton, you kind of bring up another interesting point here. Do you think that the prosecution is going to try to rattle her with more objections, because it seems to be working, that she is getting rattled, and they can throw out those objections whenever they feel that they are worthy of being thrown out? So is that a potential strategy?
I think it is. And sometimes in terms of objections, the attorney will try to get the vibe about if they're making too many objections, are they going to anger the jury and the judge? And here it doesn't appear that they will be, because I think everyone's understanding that she's kind of going nowhere when they're making the objections. So I think that will incent them to continue to do so where appropriate.
Yeah. This is what I think at the end of the day, everyone comes back to. The woman killed her children and was convicted of it, just beyond unbelievable. But I can tell you there's not a lot of places in the world where this woman would be allowed this sort of freedom to get up there to exonerate herself. I mean, there's a lot of places in the world where it just wouldn't happen. So this is the justice system playing out. You see Lori is back. She's going to go up and continue to question Officer Krautheim. Now, this guy I hadn't seen before. Oh, thought she went in for a kiss on the cheek, but it's a little whisper there. And there we go. Back to the seal. I do think the jury is coming back in after this short break. And again, according to my math, this technically should be winding up in about 19 minutes. So
You subtracted the 7 minutes that were left from the trial from the 30 delay, and I think you had to add them.
oh boy. I think we need Space Coast here. Court ends 4 p.m. Pacific time. That would be 11 minutes ago. I don't know what's happening. Guess we're just going to sit here. Just a couple more things.
You mentioned that you briefed the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you tell them in that briefing?
Objection, hearsay.
There we go.
Are his statements hearsay as well, Your Honor?
Any out of court statement is hearsay unless there's an exception or it's non-hearsay under the rules. So yes, his out of court statements are hearsay. Go ahead.
Lori, you can say nothing, but you must defend yourself. But you cannot say anything. Here we go.
But you did brief the detectives before you headed to the police station. Is that correct?
I did.
And who was there? Do you remember?
Nate Moffat, Cassie, I think my
Is that
sergeant.
Detective Inklin? I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you.
No.
Oh.
And just off recollection, I think there was another one, but off of recollection, I don't remember.
And that was about how long before you left to go to the police station?
$10 minutes, maybe.
And how long do you think you were speaking with them?
Under a minute.
Under a minute
Yes.
for the briefing?
Yes.
Judge is pinching his leg to try to wake up. Look at him.
Did you meet with the prosecutor to go over your testimony today?
I did.
When was that?
I did not.
2 weeks ago, maybe.
How long did that meeting last?
Probably around an hour total.
Did you review this report before you came to testify today as well?
I did.
If court ends at 4:30, then we've got about 45 minutes left. That's my final answer.
It was not part of your duty to check anything in the perimeter. You weren't looking for evidence. You were just dealing with the shooter. Is that correct?
Well, not just the shooter, but scene management, making sure the resources were en route. But yes, managed.
What all does that entail, scene management?
Well, once we knew there was not a threat out, I instructed Officer Wiz to set up an inner and outer perimeter with crime scene tape.
What else?
Make sure I had a supervisor en route, and then manage the people that walked up to the scene.
Who was that supervisor en route? Do you know?
Bill Nacella, my sergeant.
How many people do you think came up to you at that scene?
Well, not up to me, but I instructed one gentleman that was walking on the sidewalk towards us. He needed to just leave the area. This didn't concern him. And then you and your daughter walked up to me, and I just asked you to go back to your car.
Did you have any conversations with your supervisor when he arrived?
I did.
When was that?
At some point between me arriving on scene and me leaving the scene.
Closer to arriving or closer to leaving? Maybe.
Chocolate milkshake says about halftime.
Okay. How long do you think that conversation was?
Well, you saw it on the body worn camera, so a minute and a half maybe.
And he was just checking in with you to make sure everything was going well, that you were scene managing. Is that correct?
Objection, relevance,
Finally.
and hearsay.
Well, overruled, he can answer.
I was briefing him on what I knew thus far, what I was told.
And that was less than a minute?
Yeah.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
So it took less than a minute to brief him on everything that had happened that day so far?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And it took less than a minute to brief the detectives as well of what happened that day?
An objection, asked and answered.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
Not what happened, what my portion was and what I knew happened.
So what you wrote in your report, basically, what you were told. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it took you 3 pages to write what you were told, but it took you less than a minute to discuss that with the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How long was that transport from the residence to the Chandler Police Department?
In miles, probably 8 miles, 10 miles maybe.
How long do you think that took around?
10 to 15 minutes maybe.
And then where did you enter into the police station? Is there a garage or something?
I don't recollect where I parked. There's various areas you can park at the police department to access the area that I access, so I'm unable to answer. I don't know where I parked.
Okay, and you were able to walk Alex into the police station, is that correct?
Yes,
And he was unhandcuffed, is that correct?
correct.
And then you took him into an interrogation room, is that correct?
Yes,
And then Detective Moffat took over.
yes.
Just wanted to be clear. Okay. Did your supervisor, Nacella, did he come to the police station as well?
Not with me, nor did I talk to him. He might have, but I don't know.
You didn't see him there?
Correct.
Okay. But did you saw Detective Moffat there?
Yes.
And you saw Detective Inklin there?
I don't remember Inklin. I just remember Moffat relieved me.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. At the beginning of cross-examination, you were asked about Alex Cox's demeanor. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you had advised that he was nonchalant and calm, right?
Yes,
And you were asked whether or not you were nonchalant and calm too, correct?
yes,
Had you just shot someone?
no,
You were asked if the firefighters were calm and nonchalant. Had they just shot someone?
as far as I know, no,
How about Officer Wiz? You said he was nonchalant and calm too. Had he just shot anyone?
no,
So it's not really exactly the same to compare you to the shooter, right?
correct. I would not compare us.
When you went up to the scene, you had your gun drawn on him, correct?
Yes,
Still nonchalant and calm?
yes,
You were asked a lot also about your nonchalant and calm appearance today in court. Are you stressed or just answering questions to the best of your knowledge?
the latter, just answering questions to the best of my knowledge.
You had to testify before?
I have.
You were asked about the injury to Alex Cox. We have seen the body-worn camera footage and we cut it off at some point. When Mr. Cox first came out of the house, he did not have his hand to his head, correct?
Correct,
You told us you didn't notice an injury at that point.
correct.
When he first sat down on the curb before you moved him, did you notice an injury at that point?
I did not.
Was he touching his head at that point?
Recollection, I don't remember.
At some point in the video that we watched, did we see Alex Cox touch his head?
Yes,
When you were watching him, did you at times see him rubbing his head?
yes,
The towel or paper towel or whatever that was in his hand, was that the only item you ever saw him using to rub or touch his head?
yes,
Was it soaked or saturated in blood?
no,
Can we see it on the body cam that it's mostly white?
yes,
So if we want to really know how long it was that he was seated before he touched his head, we could watch the time on the body cam, right?
yes,
You were asked if you met with the prosecutor previously. When we met, did you have to watch that entire body cam?
yes,
And is that when you actually initialed it, exhibit number 1 there, so that you would recognize it in court?
yes,
You were asked about when you arrived and when you later transported Alex Cox to the precinct. Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you had at least taken him to the precinct?
Yes.
If I could have my paralegal bring up the CAD report.
Go ahead.
Does that help refresh your recollection as to when you arrived back at the precinct with Alex Cox?
It does.
And when was that?
9:18 and 19 seconds.
And so the 911 call was at 8:36 a.m.?
That's when I received it. It could have come into the dispatch a few minutes earlier.
And you said you arrived, and we saw you on the body cam right after Officer Wierzbicki, who got there around 8:41?
Yes.
So you were with Alex Cox at the scene and talking to Lori Vallow and her daughter and doing those briefings in that 20, 30 minutes?
Yes.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see at least one juror question in a bin. If there are any juror questions, please pass them down at this time.
We did postpone Donna Adelson. I see Bree asking. It'll be tomorrow, 7 o'clock Eastern time. Shout out to Tanika's 2 cents. She graciously offered up her transport video of Donna from Miami-Dade County to Leon County. We'll take a look at that and talk about entitlement. And we're waiting here. I'm not sure what that beeping is. That's all coming from the court cam. But we are waiting here on some jury questions, and then we're going to wrap this up. And I believe start time tomorrow will be the same, which is 10 a.m., but it actually starts streaming at 10:30, which is 1:30 Eastern. So 1:30 Eastern, whatever time that is for you, I believe is when this will start. And when we get to showtime for Donna Adelson, we'll just we're able to stream 2 different shows, and you can choose which.
Well, at least we know one juror was paying attention if we've got a question.
Yeah. I wonder if the question is, has this person ever tried a case before?
I don't think you have to ask that question to know the answer.
And the prosecutor is showing Lori, here's how it's done.
Oh boy, there's an other witness coming up. Vesper tells us, a firefighter. And Dalai Lama, you heard Lori Vallow say this earlier, was about 5 months to the day after Charles Vallow's death that Alex Cox died somewhat mysteriously.
Well, what's the betting that Lori's going to ask the firefighter, who's your supervisor, and how many minutes were you in the home? And let me think of the other things she kept asking.
Just one question, and I don't know if the CAD will help you answer that. Do you know when you were finished with this call? What time it was when you were finished or released from this call and able to go back out?
It was probably 5 minutes after, maybe 10, probably 10 minutes. I probably used the restroom, to be honest with you, and got something to drink at the station, water. So mean, 10 or 15 minutes after the detective came in the room is when I hit the 10-8 button and I went and took other calls for service.
Okay, so you were done with this call before the end of your shift?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you didn't go back to the scene to help with scene security or anything like that?
No.
No other questions?
Did the defendant have any follow-up?
No, we're fine, Your Honor.
All right, this witness can step down. You want to hand me that? Thank you. All right. You can call your next witness.
Judge has a nice tan. That's what happens in Phoenix.
Did you see all the green in that neighborhood? I spent a semester in Tucson. I don't think I saw that much green in the whole city.
It's fake green. It's like the green screen of vegetation. Melissa Richley. This name I don't know, but thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Great to have new people. And if you've been here for the last 2 years, forgive me. But as far as I know, I don't remember the name. We're looking at the seal of the great state of Arizona. Yeah.
Podium here and be sworn in by my clerk.
Here we go. Final witness of the day.
All right, you're gonna come up this little ramp, have a seat right here.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Scott Cowden,
And where do you work?
Chandler Fire Department.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 26 years.
And talk to you a little bit about what firefighters do. Do you just respond to fires, or are you also responsible for something else?
No, the majority of our job is going to be EMS medical calls.
What kind of training do you have to work as a firefighter and deal with medical calls?
When you're hired, you're going to go through an academy that will certify you as a state firefighter. Typically, you're going to already be certified as an EMT. And then during the course of your career, I went to paramedic school, graduated from that in probably 2007.
Can you tell us what the difference is between a paramedic and an EMT?
EMT would just be kind of the more basic kind of entry level position. Paramedic is more advanced, so you have more advanced training. There's more advanced skills that you could perform. Some of our equipment would only be able to be used and utilized and performed by a paramedic.
As both a EMT or a paramedic, are you trained to perform CPR?
Yes.
And can you tell us, have you ever been a CPR instructor yourself?
Yes, I was a CPR instructor for probably over 12 years.
Was that for other firefighters?
I was certified through American Heart Association, a contract employee with Dignity Health. They have a variety of different classes that could be for just the lay rescuer, lay person that wants to know how to do CPR. They have classes that might be for certain businesses that want their employees. And then there's healthcare provider classes that it could be firefighters, nurses that are attending to be recertified. Every 2 years, you have to have that certification recertified.
Can you tell us what CPR is?
It stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So you're kind of acting as the heart. The heart has stopped beating, so no blood is flowing through the body. You're doing chest compressions on the chest, and you're pumping and pushing that blood to the body.
When would you give CPR to a person?
If they don't have a pulse, you confirm that just by checking for a pulse, and you don't feel that. The heart isn't beating and you would need to start chest compressions.
What is the point of that, of doing those chest compressions? You said moving the blood through the body. Why?
You're trying to, give them a chance, increase their chance of survival. I don't know what maybe the latest numbers and statistics might say, but in the past, I've seen it say that if somebody's starts CPR within the first few minutes, it can double or triple their chances of surviving.
When you are called to a scene, are you guys being given updates by the 911 operator to your dispatch so you know what to expect?
Yeah, so you get dispatched and you already have an idea of the type of call, and then en route we call it PTI, and that will come across the computer screen. And so now you have more information of what you're kind of walking into, so you can kind of game plan it a little bit more.
If somebody calls 911 and doesn't know how to do CPR, what happens?
My understanding is that 911 would talk them through that and give them instructions of what to do.
Okay. When you are giving CPR, you talked about chest compressions. Can you talk to us about, is there any physical identification that you might observe on a person who has had CPR chest compressions?
That I might see
After a person has been given chest compressions?
Yes. So you need to perform it in the right location. So it's the lower half of the sternum or breastbone. To kind of find that, it's more helpful if you can see the skin, maybe lift up the shirt. So that's typically something we're going to want to do. If CPR has been done and it's been done effectively enough, you can see almost like a depression or an impression that is left there on the skin, because you need to do it forceful enough and deep enough that you're actually compressing the heart to push the blood.
So you said you might see a depression. Does that not just pop right back out when you stop?
No, you'll still see it. You'll see it like if you stop CPR during the call for whatever reason that it might be appropriate, and then you go back to resuming CPR, you'll see where your hands were. That area can be vulnerable to breaking. Ribs can break during CPR, so there's typically depression in the chest.
Do you ever actually hear anything when you are giving someone chest compressions?
I for sure feel it. I don't know if it's audible enough to hear it, especially with maybe the rest of the commotion that's going on, but you definitely feel that crunch or that crack. I kind of compare it to like if you're cracking your knuckles in your hands or something, your fingers. It kind of feels like something like that, but more extreme, I guess.
And this is something that you have felt multiple times in doing CPR?
Yes, and teaching CPR, you want to forewarn people of that too, that to kind of expect that and not necessarily kind of be alarmed. You don't want them to think they've caused more harm necessarily.
Does that crack or crunch occur each time you restart CPR in the same patient?
No, it's typically just the first couple of times.
Have you previously performed CPR on a person who was shot?
I'm sure I probably have.
Is that a higher authority's way of telling us that it was time to wrap things up?
Many know
idea let's see what's happening here. Stand by, everybody. That is the Chandler firefighter who's on the stand. Pretty much just asking questions about EMT stuff and CPR stuff. I'm not sure if am I CPR certified? I am not. It looks to me we've got Space Coast is working on it. Backstage, I'm watching him press multiple buttons with his mouse, and it appears that he's got something brewing. And we'll get you back to the firefighter who I need a lot more than a shot of caffeine. Actually, I need
Previously
to go to
performed
bed for the
CPR
night.
on a person who was shot.
I'm sure I probably have.
When you are performing CPR on a person that's shot, have you ever seen that cause more blood to come out if there are gunshot wounds?
Yes, I've been on some scenes where, it's been a little more bloody, so to speak. You have to be cautious of where you're stepping, or if you're kneeling down by the patient's side to perform the CPR, you're trying to be careful of that.
I want to bring you to July 11th of 2019, a call to 5531 South Four Peaks Place. Do you recall this incident?
Yes,
Do you still have some independent memory of this?
yes.
Was it the fact that the police interviewed you also make this a more memorable scene?
Yes.
Do you recall when you first got to the scene, did you just drive right up, or how did you guys approach the scene?
Call types like this, we're going to stage and wait for PD to clear the scene so it's safe to enter. So you're going to get into in this particular case, you're going to be in the neighborhood, but you're going to be around the corner, around the block, a street away, whatever kind of might make the most sense based on where we're coming from.
How many people are on a fire engine?
In the city of Chandler, we typically have at least 4 on any of our fire engines and fire ladders.
And what was your role?
So you'll have a captain who's up front. That's the person that's in charge. I'm a fire engineer specifically, so I drive the fire apparatus. And then we'll have 2 firefighters in the back seat.
Do you recall in this case about how far away you were staged?
I mean, from a time standpoint, we might have been 30 seconds away.
Who were the other people on your team that day,
By names?
if you recall?
Okay. Captain Keller, firefighters Kaczynski, and firefighter Fife.
When you arrive at a scene like this, you told us that there's a captain, you're the driver. Does everyone sort of have a job, or how does that work when you first get there?
You typically may kind of talk about roles and what might happen. Also, like in this particular case, this was our first call of the day. So all of our calls, we're going to do some documentation and chart it. And so we typically start with the captain will start the first call of the day. So that meant Captain Keller was going to be charting it. So that would leave the other 3 of us to do the evaluation, assessment, and patient contact and skills.
So when you drove up to the scene, what did you see?
I remember us having to make a turn, and a couple of officers I feel like were already there, kind of navigate their cars, position right in front of the house. Saw at least one officer outside, saw a citizen, I feel like probably in the driveway somewhere with that officer. And then we just kind of proceeded out of the apparatus.
When you guys entered the house, you said that Captain Keller was going to be charting. So does that mean he wouldn't be touching the patient?
More than likely not, unless we needed additional help. I mean, he possibly could have been the first one in. Also, the way we were parked, that passenger side of the fire apparatus was the closest to the front door. He might have been in first, because I'm going to be on the other side. The 2 firefighters are getting out and going to the back compartment of the truck to get the equipment. So he may have walked up and possibly checked a pulse or something like that first, but he didn't. I don't feel like he did anything else other than that, if that.
Okay. You told us that as you're going there, you're receiving information about the patient, correct?
Correct.
In this case, had you received any information about whether or not he was receiving CPR?
Yes, I recall we had that info two ways. We had it with the PTI on our computer screen, which would be coming from our fire department dispatch. And then we have the ability to also listen on the radio to the PD channels. And so we can hear communication between the officers that are getting on scene and then the PD dispatch. And they also communicated that at some point in time.
When you entered the house, was there an officer already inside?
I believe there was an officer inside with Captain Keller.
And did you observe anyone giving the patient CPR?
No.
Can you tell us what you saw when you first entered the house?
You walked in the front door, just kind of a little entryway, and it kind of, I feel like it stepped down into maybe a formal kind of family room or something, but it was empty with no furniture anywhere in the room. That jumped out at first because it makes it easier. Like sometimes we're on scenes where the patient could be between a bed and a closet and you got to move them somewhere. So those thoughts are already kind of in your mind that you may have to move a patient just to have better access. And that was not a challenge here.
Did you notice any blood on the scene?
Not until I saw it on the patient's chest, but I didn't see it in the room. It wasn't something that I was going to need to avoid kneeling in to do CPR, avoid standing in, walking around. There's four of us. We probably had at least 4 boxes of equipment in there. So we didn't have to worry about where we placed this stuff in terms of blood.
Have you been to scenes where there's a large pool of blood around the patient that you're trying to not step in, kneel in, get in?
Yes.
You told us that you saw blood on the patient. Do you recall seeing any blood pooling in his chest, neck area?
I don't recall it pooling. He still had clothes on, a shirt on, and so it had been absorbing some blood.
I'll show you an admitted exhibit number 3. Do you recall ever seeing this pooling of blood around his neck there?
I don't recall that.
When you first saw the patient, what was your first impression?
That he's lying there unresponsive. You're not seeing any signs of life. You don't see somebody that's maybe moaning from an injury, moving, no spontaneous breathing. What was your question again?
Just your first impressions of him as you are walking in and you're looking at him and assessing him.
Yeah, I guess that would be sufficient for my answer.
Did you think that he could be deceased?
It's definitely was a possibility. There was no, like I said, no obvious signs of life.
When you got into the room, did someone begin performing CPR on him?
So when I got to Charles' side, I would have performed a more detailed assessment, so to speak, rather than what I was seeing visually. So you're checking for responsiveness. You can move the patient. You're going to check for a pulse. Now you're closer to the chest. You're looking for breathing, seeing if you see the chest rise and fall. And we would call him unresponsive and pulseless and apneic. Apneic meaning not breathing. And then I would have started CPR.
So he wasn't breathing, he had no pulse, he wasn't moving. There were no signs of life.
Correct.
You told us that you had received information that someone had been doing CPR prior to your arrival, correct?
Correct.
Did that impact your view of the patient and your decision-making on what you should do next when you see this patient that is lifeless?
I mean, it makes you think that there's increased likelihood that of survival possibly, until we can, starting CPR is still appropriate to do, and then we can utilize some of our rest of our equipment. We can put an EKG machine on. We can actually see what the heart is doing. We can look at the rhythm. We wouldn't want to call a patient before taking some additional steps.
Okay. Who performed CPR?
I did.
And I put up Exhibit 4 here. Do you recognize who these people are?
Yes.
And who are they?
So standing to the left is Captain Keller. He's documenting. Standing to the right is Firefighter Kaczynski. And then kneeling down back towards us is myself. And then kneeling down where you're pointing is Firefighter Fife.
When you first began performing CPR, can you tell us what you felt?
So at first I didn't see a depression that would typically be left from somebody else previously doing compressions. So I thought that was odd considering the information we had en route. I started doing compressions. I felt that initial crack and crunch for probably the first couple of compressions that, again, you would typically feel when you're first starting compressions and if you're going hard enough and deep enough.
How long did you do CPR before you evaluated and utilized any other means to see if he might still be alive, savable?
If I had to estimate, I think I was probably doing CPR, chest compressions for at least a minute. It probably took them at least 30 seconds to minutes to maybe get in to the house where I was after I entered. They've got to set down that equipment and get some of that out. So I feel like at least a minute is a fair assessment.
What happened next? Is there some way to check his heart to see if there's
Right.
activity, or what do you do?
Yes, so I was doing chest compressions. I remember mentioning, because there's bullet holes going through them, so I remember mentioning to Firefighter Kaczynski when she went to cut the shirt to not cut through a bullet hole. So she kind of went along the side. That's exposing the chest, so that way then we can put our heart monitor and perform an EKG on Charles to kind of see what his rhythm is doing. A person can typically still do chest compressions while they're doing that, and they can kind of work around you. But at some point in time, you're going to have to stop. That way you can just look at what the machine is showing you and telling you.
Was there any heart activity when you put on those EKG?
No, it was what we would call asystole, and it's just a flat line on the screen. There's no electrical activity of the heart.
At some point, you said you saw gunshot wounds. Do you recall how many you saw in the front there?
I saw 2.
Do you ever look to see if there's exit wounds?
We did roll him. I seem to recall and remember that we rolled him my way. I feel like the other 2 firefighters were then on that other side. Firefighter Kaczynski, who's the one that is standing up, I feel like she had a better view of what those look like since he was rolled my way. But I remember her commenting that there was 2 wounds on that backside of the patient.
So when you say he was rolled towards you, he's rolled towards this mirror over here?
Correct.
Okay. When you had stopped doing the CPR to roll him and he goes back, did you notice the depression in his chest now?
After I resume CPR, yes. It makes it kind of easier to find your landmark. So it's something that you typically look for.
So it was not there when you first started CPR,
Correct.
but it was after you had performed it.
Correct.
Do you wear gloves when you do this?
Yes.
Did you have blood on your gloves after you were doing CPR?
Yes.
You told us that when you first arrived, there was not much concern for having to navigate around blood that might be pooling around the victim, correct?
Correct.
After you had been doing CPR, was there more blood now around the patient?
There was definitely more on his chest. More was coming out of the wounds, specifically the one on the chest, from what I recall. The shirt isn't necessarily there to absorb it anymore. We've removed it. I can't recall necessarily on the ground, like where I might have been kneeling, but
When you first arrived, did you see any blood exiting the abdomen wound?
I did not.
As you were at this scene, you guys did the EKG. There was no heart activity. What do you do after that?
At some point in time, we just kind of have to look at patient viability, and we're just looking at the facts and how he's kind of presenting. And we're considering time that we've already been on scene, time, staging, responding, all of that. And we ultimately, we do have offlines that we follow for different types of.
I think the man upstairs is trying to tell us something. Thank you to Wendy Woobles with a super chat. Space Coast getting it back up here. And thank you to Vonda K.
The backside and the color changes that are occurring.
So as the heart stops, the blood starts to just pool.
Yes, it's just stagnant, not being moved, and then those injuries inside, he's going to be bleeding internally.
And so some of that pooling causes color changes to the skin
Yes,
that were observed.
yes.
Was there anything about this victim, about Charles, that made you think that CPR may not have been performed on him prior to you arriving?
It was just simply the fact that what I saw on the chest when I first looked at it before I started CPR, and then what I felt during my first couple of chest compressions.
After you guys rolled him, saw the modeling and the lividity, was any further CPR performed?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. When did you call this then?
Say that again.
When did you call it? When did you stop performing CPR?
So I don't remember with 100% certainty if I feel like, from what I recall, I'm performing chest compressions, the shirt's going to be cut off, we're exposing the patient, rolling, looking for more wounds and injuries, confirming what we see on the back, pointing that out to Captain Keller so he can document it, rolling back down, resuming CPR, monitors going on, stopping again to look at what the monitor's saying, resuming again to then have a brief discussion based on, okay, what we found, what are we thinking, where does he kind of fall?
Ultimately, did you guys terminate any treatment at about 8:48 a.m.?
If that's what's on the documentation, I would agree with that. I know we responded in the morning. It was our shift starts at 8 a.m. This was our first call. I don't remember if you said earlier what time we were dispatched or not, or just established the date.
If my paralegal could approach with the charting, would looking at the charting help you refresh your recollection as to when you guys ended any life-saving means?
So it looks like our dispatch is 8:37. Looks like we might have made patient contact at 8:45. I know the dispatch screen that will have like times of responding and things like that might have an appropriate time on it also that I'm not seeing right here though, but I'm still looking. So I see our first monitored rhythm as the asystole, like I said, that date time, I see a time of 8:48. So that might have been when we called him. I can see the obvious signs of death that Captain Keller used as the reason for discontinuing ROSC, return of spontaneous circulation, no. So that would probably be the appropriate time.
After, well, let me say, so does it seem about right that you were with this patient for maybe 3 or so minutes? Actively working?
Actively working, I think probably close to 5 minutes.
And once he's called, what do you do at the scene? What do you do with all your equipment?
So once he's called, it's kind of a PD scene now. So we're gonna leave the body. We're gonna gather up what we can. Our equipment, sometimes there's some stuff we might need to leave behind that's necessary to leave on the patient. But
So like the EKG monitors that are stuck on him, you leave those on him?
yeah, we can disconnect those, exactly, and bring the cables with us.
When you told us when you arrived that you noticed a individual with a police officer near the driveway.
Correct.
Did you see that same person still outside when you exited?
Yes.
Did you notice any bleeding or obvious injuries to that person?
No.
Did you make an assumption as to who that was?
Yes, our PTI en route said brother or brother-in-law shot brother, so performing CPR. So you're kind of assuming it's that person.
Okay. In terms of his size, is he someone that you talked about people may not be able to always be strong enough or able to perform CPR in a way to cause the depression or that crunching sound, for lack of a better term? In your experience, what type of people are we talking about for that, where you wouldn't be surprised that you may not have seen that depression or the crunching?
It's typically going to be maybe an elderly population, somebody that's not as big, not as strong, that we might not be able to perform chest compressions hard enough and deep enough. Sometimes if a patient is in a bed, so mattress has give to it, compressions won't be as effective. You want to get them to the floor. Obviously, he was already on the floor, so that aids chest compressions.
Was there anything about this male that you saw when you observed him entering or exiting that made you believe that he had been injured?
No.
Based upon your training and experience, and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that the victim, Charles Vallow, was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience and what you observed and did in this case, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to you doing that?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Set that up nicely. It is late in Europe where both our guests happen to be.
How long do you anticipate your cross-examination?
It'd take a while, Your Honor.
All right, we'll break for the evening then.
Perfect
We'll need you
time.
back here tomorrow morning at 10:30.
10:30.
Yes. All right, we'll release the jury at this time for the evening. We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Please remember the admonition.
I've never heard of court starting at 10:30 in the morning. This guy's got to be a night owl like Joe Patuto and Melissa Hamilton. That means it would start a half hour later, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Eastern time. Wow. So that's what time we should plan for. Melissa Hamilton, thank you for sticking around. You guys are welcome anytime. You don't have to stay the entire time like you did today. Your final thoughts on this, Melissa? I was wondering to myself, why is she asking so many questions about CPR, EMT, the chest compressions? But obviously she was setting up to show that no one else had come to his aid. And the call didn't go to 911, I think, for 47 minutes after he was shot. I thought that was a very effective end of the day for the state. What do you think?
Yes, it was. So again, they're gathering all the basics that they need to of this, and they have anticipated some of the avenues that Lori might go down, and so they were kind of shutting those down. So yes, that was a really good ending right there.
Yeah. Gia and TJ's mom letting us know it's true. It is 1:30 our time, but I believe the stream is on a half-hour delay. This is going to drive me crazy, this whole trial. So I think we actually won't get the stream. We'll go on like 15 minutes earlier just to make sure we're good. But you can follow me on Twitter or X at Podcast STS. I put the show times there, and on Instagram at Surviving the Survivor. Joe Patuto, you got to get some rest before you do. Does Lori Vallow Daybell have a shot in hell here of getting a not guilty verdict? Joe Patuto. Can she hear me?
Yes,
I'm
muted.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts, Joe?
I thought that the state did a good job, both in the opening, certainly, and in the three witnesses. And I think Lori is in over her head.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. The look on our faces. I'm not sure how I'm going to make it through this trial, to be honest, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Could get more interesting. Someone was saying, well, got law enforcement officials up there, but once some friends and family get up there, things could get heated. Things could get a little crazy. So all trials are dramatic with ups and downs and pauses. And there you go. I will say, I will bid everyone adieu. I'm just thinking out loud. Tomorrow, we're going to try to do the Donna Adelson show after this. Not exactly sure how we're going to do that, but I'm going to figure that out with the COE. And I don't really have any skin in the game, but since I live in Florida, I will be rooting for the Florida Gators. And tonight's NCAA championship game, Joe Patuto, you're a huge sports fan. Are you staying up to watch this? What's
No.
another 4 hours? Okay. It's Florida versus Houston. Do you care who wins?
No.
Dr. Hamilton, I have to ask you, do you care?
I do, just because I taught at the University of Houston Law Center for a couple of years. But what I would just say for the night is I hope that you all are calm and nonchalant.
Yeah. Thank you very much. You guys, I will send you links to the two professors. Whenever you want to join, you have an open invite for commentary on STS. We really appreciate it. And we will see everyone tomorrow. Get a good night's sleep. Love you, America. Love you, UK. Love you, Italia. And justice for Charles Vallow.